That's not catchy, is it? That's not going to swim about in your brain. So I thought, what about 15 minutes, 15%? Serendipity.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The future. The way you see it is said to depend on where you sit. At X-Chair, we think it also gets down to how you sit, which is why our technology is light years ahead. X-Chair has done it again with our groundbreaking ELEMAX technology, providing hours of infinite comfort no matter where in the world you're sitting. By synthesizing the universe's elements, bringing hot, cold, and touch into one extraordinary seating experience, our mission is to help you discover that every workday can happen with body and mind in an out-of-this-world place of comfort and productivity. X-Chair is charting a new course, helping workers everywhere find comfort as their work worlds zoom back and forth. Even though your work reality may continue to shift, we've got our eye on the future of work so you can focus on the present. And from where we sit, the future still feels good.
Visit xchair.com during our holidays sale. Get over $500 off after all premium upgrades included free. Sale ends January 9th, 2025.
You'll get better when you're not blamed for a condition you can't control. You'll get better when your pain isn't minimized, dismissed, forgotten. We will never stop trying to get better. Because when medicine gets better, all of us can get better.
All right, what y'all mean?
Mom, look.
Ew.
Mom, look. Mom, look.
Look what I got. The best way to make family memories in the Caribbean is at a place founded by a family from the Caribbean.
Mopping is hard work. Then I tried the Swiffer Power Mop. It has a built-in solution that breaks down dirt on contact. Plus, its 360-degree swivel head cleans up along baseboards and even behind the toilet. Bye-bye, bucket. With the Swiffer Power Mop.
Subway's got a new meal of the day with chips and a drink for just $6.99. Or if you're big hungry, make it a footlong for only $3 more. Huh, big hungry. Is that a thing? That should be a thing. Find your fresh with the all-new $6.99 meal of the day at Subway.
I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin here in Cincinnati, Ohio, where it is still coming down. Guys, look at the scene here. We're on 4th Street in downtown Cincinnati. I'll pan this way really quickly. We've got a couple people walking. This is a 3-lane road, guys, and there is just a couple of cars out. Everyone's got kind of their hands gripped to the steering wheel. Visibility is very poor here in the city, as you can imagine, and it's not going to be changing anytime soon. We got a rough day ahead. Winter storm warning remains in effect through midnight tonight. And interstates, they don't look any better than this road, I can tell you that. Come walk with me this way and I'll show you what we've got here around town. You got these beautiful brick apartments and condos that you have here in this part of Lytle Park, which is just outside the actual Fountain Square of historic Cincinnati. And I mean, look at how much snow we have now. It's not a heavy wet snow at all. It's very powdery snow. And when you take it up and throw it, it just goes all over the place, right? But look at the piles. I mean, it's been a while. Here comes a bus. We'll let the bus come through. But even when the plows come through, you're not even seeing pavement here on the road. So it is snow packed. And sometimes that helps you get a little bit of traction, especially if you have 4-wheel drive. But it's slow going here. And the piles are starting to get bigger and bigger, as you see on the sides of the streets. And imagine with these temperatures getting as cold as they are. I mean, we may be getting down below 0, Jordan. This snow is going to be here, I think, for a good chunk of the month of January. I mean, we may not even get above freezing until at the earliest a week from now, if not longer.
Is it weird that we're shocked by that, Chris?
You know, I don't know. I was looking, everyone in Ohio, and someone actually sent me a video of the blizzard of 77, 78. People in the Midwest remember that really well. That was like a staple banner for the Midwest. And that was when they saw significant snowfall in the order of 2-3 feet. But the Ohio River actually froze over. And there are, someone sent me a video footage of folks walking from Kentucky to Ohio on the water that was completely frozen over. So I don't think we're going to see that, at least this January. But, you know, people think Ohio and they think a lot of snow. Cleveland does get a lot more lake effect snow. But here in Cincinnati, double-digit storms, they don't happen all that often.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't too long ago that we had some really good winters, and it's finally, hopefully this January shapes up to be the way you describe it. I think it's due for a lot of us to get a good winter. All right, Chris, thanks for the update. Let's go ahead and take a look at other areas around the Ohio River and just kind of looking from Louisville up to Cincinnati where Chris is in this stretch of I-71. That snow spilling over, and you've got the Arctic air spilling over as well. Now, will the river freeze? No, but it's going to stay cold. And, of course, this week we're kind of laying the path for a new storm that'll come down the pipeline as we head into this next weekend. Temperatures staying in the 20s all day long. That's not accounting the wind chill. We know that's going to be brutally cold all day today. The moderate snow will stick with us through the early afternoon. By the time we head into the late afternoon, snow's done, and we see a very chilly night tonight. That snow sticking around to tomorrow since we know temperatures are going to stay very, very cold. How much more could we get? Another inch, maybe a little bit more, depending on where you're at. Similar story in Pittsburgh, although we'll have more snow down towards this I-70 corridor. That's like the staple corridor of where we're getting the heaviest snow, you know, from west to east. And a lot of that's now shifted east to Kansas City, of course, but we're getting it here in Pittsburgh. And much of Pennsylvania will stay in the snow category all the way until the early evening. By the time we head to bed, a lot of that snow is done. Everything's going to ice over. If you park your car outside, I'd say maybe just keep your windshield wipers up so they don't get stuck to the windshield itself, right? You see that a lot of ski resorts and such where they put the windshield wipers up because no one hates it more when the rubber sticks to the windshield, then you can't get it up. And then, of course, your windshield wipers aren't going to be able to do what they do best, and that's clear everything off of them. Last but not least, Philadelphia, you are going to stay with the snow all the way until the evening hours. Sun goes down, snow tapers off. All right, let's go back west where more than 100 million are going to see their high temperatures not break the freezing mark today, and that includes Kansas City. Meteorologist Jim Cantori is there. Jim, first, it was the snow. Now you got the cold. The sun is up, but I can't imagine that you're feeling that warmth at all.
Nope, not a bit. You can't really feel it. And then you turn around the other way, Jordan, and the wind hits you in the face. So you know, not only do you lose the sun, but you also get the wind slapping in through here. So guys, we're on Summit Street. First of all, we're looking right over 670, and this would be so packed. Think about that. This would be so packed, you know, with a rush hour in Kansas City, but everybody's home. No school. Heck, we may or may not get a flight out of here tonight. So far, it says on time, and the airport has reopened. I just don't know how many flights are going to get in. They got to get planes in before we can get planes out. But I wanted to show you something. Again, Summit, you can see what the roads look like here. This is manageable, like the main thoroughfares. But we literally, Steve and I, my producer, took a ride around the streets and came right back up this way. I want to show you what it looked like in through here, because this is kind of the way it is around the entire city. All right, you know, some of the main streets are fine. Then the secondary ones have like one plow, and then there's a pile kind of sitting in the middle, and then you take a left, and it's like it's still all snow covered. So there's a lot of work to be done here in the city in terms of snow removal. And they asked yesterday, hey, give us a day. Well, we may need two at this rate.
We aren't building electric vehicles because it's trendy. We're building them to save our planet. To save it from all those soulless, self-driving sleep pods everyone else keeps polluting our streets with. That's why we're doing it.
Stuffed up again?
So congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Just Sinex? Breathe. What is wow? Sinex, breathe.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. Constant nasal congestion, constant blowing of the nose. The huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
What? It's superhero day at school.
Lego with Ego.
Can't wait.
Here's to getting better with age.
Here's to beating these two every Thursday.
Help fuel today with Boost High Protein. Complete nutrition you need and the flavor you love. So here's to now. Now available Boost Max.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Nobody likes a cracked windshield. But at least you can go to SafeLight.com and schedule a fix in minutes. Go to SafeLight.com and schedule a replacement today.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
For over 50 years, Purina Cat Chow has been helping cats feel at home with trusted nutrition. No wonder it's the #1 dry cat food in America. Come home to Cat Chow.
Upset stomach? Iberogast. Indigestion? Iberogast. Bloating? Iberogast. Thanks to a unique combination of herbs, Iberogast helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature. Iberogast.
You've got a subscription for streaming movies and music, maybe even one for food. But what about when it's your water line that's streaming? Repairs are expensive. Good contractors hard to find. A plan from HomeServe is like a subscription for peace of mind. For one small monthly fee, when a covered system breaks, we'll send a qualified contractor and pay for the repair. Why worry? Get HomeServe and chill.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
Call 1-833-752-5204 or visit homeserve.com.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Here's that transmission.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400.
Endurance paid it.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
Winter hits hard, but we hit right back with coverage as relentless as the condition.
We got ourselves quite a sleet storm here.
It's a cold, hard fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
Certainly going to be one for the record books.
It's why America doesn't trust winter coverage to anyone else.
You're watching the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage here of Winter Storm Blair. Boy, this is bringing the Midwest and even now the Mid-Atlantic to a standstill. Not only is it a full-on snow day for kids in school, we get an extension of winter break. It's hard for even businesses to open up. Most restaurants and shops are closed today, unless you're an essential worker, essentially like a nurse or a doctor at a hospital, law enforcement, or obviously a plow driver. Public transit's been out too. Those are are the people that we've seen here on the roads. People, you know, have had their work cut out for them here in Cincinnati. It's been a long time since we've had a storm of this magnitude, and the snow just doesn't stop. I think when folks woke up this morning, they were kind of shocked, like, wow, this forecast really did verify here, because there are a lot of times you'll get a big storm in the mix for Cincinnati, and they always end up on the lower end of the totem pole, right? Not this go around. We had a record-breaking snowfall yesterday, 8.4 inches, and that was taken at midnight last night. I can tell you we've seen at least 2 inches since then, so we are very well getting into that top 10 two-day snowfall for the city of Cincinnati. Really quickly, I'll step out of the way here and show you what it looks like in 4th Street here right in the heart of downtown Cincinnati. Visibility is very poor, and this is some of the heaviest snow that we have seen here all morning on what would be a very bustling Monday morning here after the winter holidays. Is essentially a ghost town here in Cincinnati. And I can imagine Washington, D.C. looking similar, maybe with a few more people out. It is a larger city overall, but still, Justin, I mean, a rough morning there, too. Has the snowfall picked up at all, or are you guys in a lull right now, waiting on more snow to pick in this afternoon?
Yeah, no, Chris, it has been snowing pretty steady here for quite a while. We had a little bit of a lull several hours ago, but by and large, it's been kind of like this. And to your point, Chris, it actually is not that busy. I mean, just take a look here. This typically would be filled with people, but you're looking at the flag of Washington, D.C. on the left, obviously Old Glory on the right. The building in front of you there, behind them, there to screen right, that's the Commerce Department for the United States. The building over here to the left, that's City Hall. And here we are the Monday after a long holiday break. You would expect there to be a lot of people on the roads and walking around. This is a very walkable city, but by and large, it's pretty quiet, with the exception of crews who are working to clear the snow and also make preparations for President Carter's funeral procession. Also, all the hard work that's going into preparing for the inauguration coming up. So a lot of things putting D.C. on display over the next several weeks. And it's quiet right now. It really is. Looking down Pennsylvania Avenue. In fact, over here, you can look down Pennsylvania Avenue, and shrouded in the snow down there is the United States Capitol building. Kind of an iconic shot looking down Pennsylvania Avenue, and it's amazing to see the Capitol looking like that. Really kind of beautiful as well, with the flag-lined Pennsylvania Avenue. There's D.C. flags and also American flags there lining for the funeral procession and also the inauguration coming up. So we've got several hours of snow to go, a lot of snow still to fall. We're over 5 inches right now, unscientifically. Kelly with my green ruler. I'll keep checking it at the tops of the hour here while we're live on the Weather Channel, Kelly, and see how much we've got. But so far, this is a good snowstorm in our nation's capital. Kelly, into you.
Yeah, just looking at other odds in your area, Justin, I'm seeing about a half a foot in Falls Church, Virginia, not too far from D.C. So, yeah, we'll see if those totals get up into the double digits like you were predicting. But, yeah, we're going to see the snow all day long, right through the evening. All right, Justin, thanks so much. We have another storm that we're going to be tracking this week. It's going to be heading through the south. So the rain-snow line cutting all the way down here into Texas. So that puts a lot of Oklahoma, Arkansas in that blue shade. You can see that snow coming down across the Red River Valley, even around the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex by 6 p.m. As you can see on Thursday, it is a snow event, but just south of there down towards Waco, that purple indicating where we could see that mixed precipitation, and unfortunately the pink, that's the worst. That's the freezing rain, that icy glaze that comes through portions of Arkansas, Louisiana, and even eastward into Mississippi and Alabama. As far as the totals go, now we've got some time to work out the details of this track, but the Euro does want to give us some significant snow right on the Texas-Oklahoma border. We're right around 8 to 12 inches, moving up into western Arkansas. The American model really not that different from the European model. So we'll have to see how this plays out, but this could be a big deal for the south. We've got the cold air in place for sure, and unfortunately there will be some of that icy precipitation we'll be dealing with as well. Some of you perhaps even in the Shreveport, Louisiana could get anywhere from a ½ inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice, and that could be crippling. We're talking power outages, road closures. It's going to be a big deal as we head toward the end of the week. Then we bring that leading edge of the snow through Memphis, moving into Nashville. The rain-snow line, northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, I'm moving through the Atlanta metro. So this is right around 10 o'clock Friday night. So going from Friday night into Saturday, we see that burst of snow for the Carolinas, maybe not so much the coastal areas, but yeah, there could be a couple flakes on the backside of the system as it works on through. The European model wants to deliver a light to moderate snow for the Ohio Valley down through the Tennessee Valley. The American model wants to do even better than that. In fact, some purple showing up there around the Memphis area, Tupelo, Mississippi. We'll see what plays out exactly. We've got some time to tweak it, but unfortunately, there will be icy precipitation across the deep south as well, especially for Mississippi, Alabama, where there could be more power outages. We'll be right back.
Boatloads of power. The new Nissan Frontier with 7,150 pounds of towing power and a V6 engine.
Patients who have sensitive teeth but also want whiter teeth, they have to make a choice, one versus the other. Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth as well as providing 24/7 sensitivity protection. Patients are going to love to see Sensodyne on the shelf.
When you're looking for answers, it's good to have help, because the right information at the right time may make all the difference. At Humana, we know that's especially true when you're looking for a Medicare supplement insurance plan. That's why we're offering 7 things every Medicare supplement should have. It's yours free, just for calling the number on your screen. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free, and there's no obligation. You see, Medicare covers only about 80% of your Part B medical expenses. The rest is up to you. That's why so many people purchase Medicare supplement insurance plans like those offered by Humana. They're designed to help you save money and pay some of the costs Medicare doesn't. Depending on the Medicare supplement plan you select, you could have no deductibles or copayments for doctor visits, hospital stays, emergency care, and more. You can keep the doctors you have now, ones you know and trust, with no referrals needed. Plus, you can get medical care anywhere in the country, even when you're traveling. With Humana, you get a competitive monthly premium and personalized service from a healthcare partner working to make healthcare simpler and easier for you. You can choose from a wide range of standardized plans. Each one is designed to work seamlessly with Medicare and help save you money. So how do you find the plan that's right for you? One that fits your needs and your budget. Call Humana now at the number on your screen for this free guide. It's just one of the ways that Humana is making healthcare simpler. And when you call, a knowledgeable licensed agent producer can answer any questions you have and help you choose the plan that's right for you. The call is free, and there's no obligation. You know Medicare won't cover all your medical costs, so call now and see why a Medicare supplement plan from a company like Humana just might be the answer.
How do you sleep at night?
On a mattress from Mattress Firm, so I sleep.
At the semi-annual sale and clearance, get a free adjustable base with Sealy. Get matched at Mattress Firm, sleep at night.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first.
Okay, let's get going. Can everybody see that?
Like, you know, to check your desktop first before sharing your screen.
Oh, that is not the, oh, no. Know how that got in there? No, that,
Yeah, checking first is smart.
Okay, everybody get out.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Here's to getting better with age.
Here's to beating these 2 every Thursday.
Help fuel today with Boost High Protein. Complete nutrition you need and the flavor you love. So here's to now. Now available Boost Max.
Winter Storm Blair's calling card snow and a lot of it. Parts of Kansas digging out for more than a foot of snow.
And drivers in Missouri are told to just stay home today. Don't risk getting out and getting stuck or in an accident.
This winter storm is not done yet, now dumping snow in the mid-Atlantic. Rehoboth Beach turned into a winter wonderland. Behind us, you can see that. How about that? All the way to the coast.
All the way to the coast. Yeah. And you know what? Behind the snow, we've got bitter cold
And that's really bad news for so many without power.
It really is. There's also another dose of snow and ice to end the week, which could reach much farther south. We're going to take a deep dive into what the models are saying and also help you get prepared right now.
Boy, 2025 is starting with quite the slew of winter storms.
Yeah, winter, Mother Nature has really conspired to bring us a cold and snowy period. It's going to last for a little while longer. We'll talk much more about that coming up. We right now have more than 1,100 crews plowing roads in Ohio, trying to get the upper hand. How about that? Federal officials are closed today. Federal offices, I should say, are closed today in D.C., where there is a snow emergency still in effect.
And there is ice to boot. We've got ice coating everything in sight in Rustburg, Virginia. This is about 10 miles south of Lynchburg. You can see it there. Look at this. Everything is coated. Reports of 0.2 of an inch of ice in spots, and that is enough to make it very dangerous for travel, but also enough to start to lead to some power outages, which has been part of the challenge, Alex. And we've had this swath of snow and ice stretching all the way back into Kansas, and it's traveled. This whole storm system has traveled all the way there now to the Mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, we talked about how this thing was going to have a wide-reaching impact here as it moved its way across the nation. There you can see kind of the footprint over just the last 24 hours when it comes to the snow from eastern parts of Kansas into Nebraska, and then all the way across the Ohio Valley and into the Mid-Atlantic. Along that path here, a number of areas where we've seen double-digit snowfall totals are getting a chance to add up. Now, right now, still snowing out there. Indianapolis, still some light snow being reported up towards Columbus, sitting in the lower 20s. Same for you around Pittsburgh, where it's a bit windier. We've got gusts there getting up over 20 miles per hour. D.C., some snow at times. You've kind of mixed in with some sleet here and there, but now we're reporting some light snow. Freezing rain, though, you're dealing with that in Richmond. That temperature right at 32. Greensboro, 31, and you're dealing with the freezing rain, while Charlotte, those degrees matter, right? Up to 36. It is just a cold rain showing up there. Well, overall here, as we head through the rest of the evening, you can see some of the alerts that are in place anywhere in that dark shade of the blue. Winter storm warnings are in effect on kind of either side of that winter weather advisories, where the snow may not be as much, but still could be impactful for those who may be trying to travel. So for the rest of the morning, getting to the afternoon, we'll still hang on to that snow here. Charleston, West Virginia, Elkins, you'll be seeing some snow hanging on there for a good portion of today. And D.C., Baltimore, finding that threat for some snow hanging around even as we get into tonight. Now, later tonight, getting into the overnight period, a lot of the snow activity does taper off. Maybe the mountains of West Virginia hanging on to some snow there. But overall, it looks like the general path here brings in about a general 1 to 3 inches. A pocket or two that could see a little bit more than that. But that's generally what we've got left to come here across sections of the Mid-Atlantic. Well, we want to get back out to a spot that certainly saw its fair share of the snow adding up, and that is in Kansas City, Missouri. And we bring our very own meteorologist, Jim Cantori, in there. And Jim, the snow's gotten a chance to add up out there. And now the bitter cold, which means that snow's not going to have anywhere to go.
It isn't. I think what I was looking at temperature-wise, Alex, was maybe by the time we get to Sunday, we go to 33 for a couple of hours. That's it. Everything else is below freezing. So, yeah, will the sun hit a dark spot and start to melt some of that snow because it absorbs the radiation? Yes. But in terms of overall, melting, that's not going to happen at all. So here's the deal around Kansas City. As of about 2 hours ago, the airport was still closed. That's reopened. So that's a piece of good news. But nobody's out. I mean, everything's closed here in Kansas City. I mean, this would be, very busy. 670. We have 35, the crossover there to get to 30. This would be packed with cars, but not today. All right. And you know what? Just kind of going not too far from where we are here. I'm going to come out and show you. This is Summit Street. You can see they've got this cleared enough to pass in both lanes. But we literally went around, went off to a couple of the side streets and came back up Summit. I want to show you what that was like. All right. So Steve was driving. I was trying to hold my camera, but it's kind of like Burma Road. I mean, there's like ruts and everything in the snow, and obviously very snow packed. So there's a lot of work to do, in that area, obviously, because of the snow removal. And they basically asked, the city said, listen, give us a day, all right, and we'll take care of it. So they got a lot of work to do this afternoon to clean this up. But as you said, Alex, it will not be melting anytime soon. We stay in the deep freeze here in Kansas City right through the weekend, mostly, maybe a couple of hours above freezing. Now, I mentioned the 11 inches being the 4th highest calendar day snow, all right? It's pretty hard to get double-digit snow here. The same holds true for Cincinnati, which is where we find Chris Bruin. And Chris, with this little secondary burst, you're well on your way, aren't you, buddy?
I think we did it already, because that 8.4, Jim, was at midnight last night, and I would say we easily have seen 2 inches. I mean, we've easily been an inch per hour snowfall rate right now, if not even a little bit more. Honestly, this is some of the heaviest snow we've seen this entire event. And one thing that's really cool is that this is just pure snowflakes, not the melting sleet, refreezing snow that's very messy and sloppy. This is purely snow now that we've got below freezing temperatures at all levels of the atmosphere. And look at the scenes here. Just a few cars out here down the streets. And I know you had some puppy love yesterday in Kansas City. How about this guy right here? This is a big stallion of a dog walking down the streets, loving the snow. We saw him kind of frolicking in the park, and this is a big boy here on the street. Good guard dog, but hopping around, just leaping for joy. A lot more pedestrians than cars on what would be a bustling 4th Street in downtown Cincinnati on a Monday morning after the winter break, right? People are ready to get the year started, get back into a rhythm and routine. Yeah, no, we're going to wait a couple of days. And I know Kansas City has their day today to kind of get carved out. For us in Cincinnati, it's likely going to be tomorrow that will be our catch-up day, because in this kind of weather, with the snow that's falling right now, I mean, it's hard for the plows to even keep up with it. It's difficult when you're trying to walk on, several inches of snow. Even the plowed streets still have a good bit of snow still on them. And then the more this gets compacted, remember, temperatures are in the low 20s. This can easily start to freeze, and it gets very rutted. It gets very snow-packed. And remember, we're not getting above freezing until at least a week from now. So heavy snow here in Cincinnati. This band still has to work its way all the way down I-70 to the Mid-Atlantic, where we've been in the snow pretty good this morning too. Let's go check in with our national correspondent, Justin Michaels. Justin, you're in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, and a snowy scene at that there in the heart of D.C.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Chris, the snow is falling pretty consistently all morning long. There was a bit of a lull several hours ago, but we've had solid snow. I think a little sleet at some point. I could hear the sleet pellets bouncing off of my coat here, but then it's been snow primarily since then. I've been measuring all morning long at the top of every hour. So where we are right now, we've been adding it up, and I'll do it again right here on our trusty wall. A little unscientific, but it works. So right there is about a half of an inch in the last hour. So that means we're at about 5.5 inches for the day so far, because I've been clearing it off every hour. So we've got a bare spot right there for the next hour, and we'll measure back here again. Should be about 5.5 inches, and I would say, yeah, 5.5 inches, I would say pretty close to it, give or take. Again, very unscientific. It's not an official snow measurement, but it's something. We've been tracking it, and that's a pretty good snowstorm, especially when you factor in the fact that we have hours to go. This isn't puttering out before lunchtime. We are going to go all the way through the evening hours. Could it stop 9, 10, 11 o'clock tonight? That's the likelihood for Blair pushing through here. Now, when it finally does stop, and the highways are hopefully carless, right? They want people to stay home. What are crews going to be doing to get those highways moving again? Remember, I-95 goes right through here, that main thoroughfare on the East Coast from Maine to Miami. Big highway, lots of traffic. What do you do when the snow stops? Listen right now.
But it's our goal that once the storm is off sea, it's out of the state, we try so hard to get the whole roadway system, the state highway system that we maintain, up to its full geometry, meaning all the lanes open and plowed. And then we work on like the shoulders, pushing back shoulders, making sure all the drainage systems are operational, because the pavement temperatures are below freezing as well as the air temperature. So once we get everything cleared, if it doesn't dry off, there could be some icy patches. So we continue to patrol even after the storm is over for any potential icy patches, particularly on the elevated sections of roadways.
Another busy road, Pennsylvania Avenue. Later this week, President Carter's motorcade will go there to the United States Capitol, right now shrouded in the snow that's been falling from Winter Storm Blair. Truly an iconic shot and a beautiful shot, Dr. Postel, with the snow that continues to fall. And Dr. Postel, I'll tell you, just looking down PA Ave there, it is a good snowfall that continues for hours to come. Dr. Postel, into you.
Yeah, Justin, I think you're going to have another burst of snow later on today, maybe a little bit of a break between now and then, but there's a part of the storm that is still yet to move through the D.C. area. I'll be tracking that, and I'll show you in just a second. Justin, thank you very much for that reporting there in D.C. Yeah. So let's have a look at how much snow is yet to come. You can see generally 1 to 3 inches all the way from southern Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania. There are going to be some areas maybe just south of D.C. here that get 3 to 5 yet to come, and we are still watching this system plague many of us in the Ohio Valley and Mid-Atlantic. But it's almost like in 2 parts to it now that are almost separated by not a whole lot, which is why when I'm talking to Justin, I see the snow coming down very lightly. It looks like there might be a break yet upcoming. If you look upstream over in West Virginia, not a lot of precip, but here there is a lot more coming our way. So don't be fooled by the break, perhaps later on this morning or early afternoon in places like D.C. or some other areas, because more snow is coming our way. Here's why. Because there are 2 distinct processes ongoing now. I know you might think this is kind of academic, but it's important. It gives you a sense for what's upcoming. This area right in here, which was giving us the snow in D.C. and other areas in the Mid-Atlantic, is being driven by this sort of confluence of air streams, right? We're contracting the air very carefully here, but also producing a lot of cloud and snow and precip right in that zone because of the developing and strengthening temperature contrast. Back here, there is the main area of the jet stream, the upper level low. That is our next piece that is going to be moving into D.C. And you can see the precipitation right now. Here is sort of this leftover batch of that airstream coming together like that in the developing front. But yet back here is the upper low, which we need to track, because that, by the way, is going to largely contribute to these snowfall amounts that are yet to come. So let's have a look at how this evolves. Future radar shows you this one batch of precip, again, with that sort of process that I mentioned out ahead of it. But here is that upper level low, southern Ohio this afternoon, parts of Kentucky, West Virginia, southern Pennsylvania, and Virginia. Here we go. There's our upper level low, bringing us that second and final round of snow to the region before it all heads offshore, very likely early tomorrow morning, before bringing us another 3 to 5 inches, Jen, in some spots. But you got more on the cold left behind the system and the power outages left behind.
Right, and the ice actually has been a big part of creating these power outages. Look at these power lines that are laden with ice. You can see it stripped down and it's frozen. This is in Evansville, Indiana. Power lines arcing actually as they snap. Oh boy, scary sight, isn't it? And you know that it's leading to power outages, and we also know that it's cold and it's going to stay cold up across this area. So that's what I want to look at, is where we have the power outages. Most of them have been driven by the ice, actually. Well, I would say in Kansas and Missouri, power outages was wind and snow and ice and everything. But the ice has been a big part of the story here in Kentucky and West Virginia, and now in Virginia, where we have a lot of customers without power. And it's cold where we have customers without power. So just tracking along those lines, and you can see where temperatures are running in the teens and 20s in this very area where folks are without power. That's the background colors that we have on there, and not getting any better, that's for sure, especially with the snowpack on the ground just up to the north, and in some cases in the very same areas where you got the ice. So tomorrow morning, low temperatures, this is not wind chill, low temperatures are going down into the teens. We're going to be finding high temperatures staying below the freezing mark here everywhere across this area. I mean, you look at the numbers in North Carolina, in Virginia, we're going to be in the 20s. These are high temperatures. So those without power are probably looking for ways to get power. If you're using a generator, make sure you use it safely, running with the generator running. Make sure you turn on appliances one at a time. Operate under a canopy-like structure with dry hands. Turn off and cool before fueling. That's key. And make sure, of course, children and pets stay away from it. And of course, never use a generator in your garage, in your house. It always has to be operated outside. Temperatures are going to remain cold this week. We've got below Temperatures will be below the freezing mark and actually in some cases below 20 as we look ahead all the way through Thursday morning. So there's no sign of improvement with this cold air, and definitely having a snowpack helps with that. Wednesday morning is going to be one of the coldest ones. The wind chill is going to make it feel like it goes sub-zero. Look at Binghamton feeling like 2 below. New York City, the teens. DC, the teens. Even in the south, you're going to be feeling like you're in the teens. Now, this is the wind chill forecast. You can see all the way into the deep south, teens and 20s. And even Wednesday afternoon, while you warm up above freezing in most spots, it's still running on the chilly side.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, people like Geico because it's just easy. Bundling, for example. You've got car insurance here and home insurance here. Why not? Zoop, put them together. Save even more. Some things are better together, aren't they? Like, tea and crumpets. You wouldn't bundle just anything. Like, say, a porcupine in a balloon factory. No, that'd be a mess. I mean, for starters, porcupines are famously no good in a team setting.
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
I love my brand new bike.
Having a set of custom wheels gives kids like me
and me the ability to do things we could only dream of before. Through your support of Wheels for Love, Shriners Children is supplying custom-built adaptive bikes and wheelchairs for kids who dream of their first set of wheels.
For us, the bike is one of the most incredible experiences. The very first moment she had success.
You're doing a great job. Jaden received his bike from Shriners. I almost started crying because I never thought my son would be able to ride a bike at all.
When you go online to loveshriners.org or call this special number with your monthly gift, you'll make a difference too. And help kids like us do things we never thought we could do.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. Call or go online right now to give. You'll be making sure our amazing doctors and nurses can keep helping kids who need them now and in the days to come. Because of you, I get the most amazing care anywhere. I can play basketball.
I can play soccer because of your support.
Thank you. Your support has changed our lives. Your monthly gift right now at loveshriners.org makes moments like this possible for kids like me.
and me.
Thank you for giving.
Help a kid get their first set of wheels.
Let's roll. Join the movement. Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again. Or go to loveshriners.org to give right away. Thank you.
When the temperature drops and winter settles in, you've got two choices. Close your eyes and think warm thoughts, or open your eyes, grab your gear, and get out here. This winter, there's only one choice worth making. And there's only one vehicle lineup that embraces everything the cold has to offer. The official vehicles of winter. Jeep, there's only one.
The Weather Channel TV app has you covered all winter season. No one covers winter like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
Victims of mesothelioma and their families may be entitled to receive a cash award from the estimated $30 billion in asbestos trust funds now available. Over $50 billion has been awarded already. If you have been diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer caused by asbestos, call the number on your screen now. We have served victims of mesothelioma and their families nationwide for over 30 years. We have successfully recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for thousands of our clients. Even if a family member has passed due to mesothelioma, you may still be entitled to a cash award. So call now for your free evaluation. We want to help victims of mesothelioma and lung cancer, and your families get the financial compensation you deserve from the estimated $30 billion in trust funds now available. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call 1-800-337-2597 now or visit us at mesofund.com.
Free TV starts with Local Now. With hundreds of free TV channels,
We've got some breaking news to get to.
These are the big cases that everyone is talking about.
local news in hundreds of cities,
Good evening. Thanks for joining us here on NBC6.
and thousands of movies and shows.
Hold them as long as you can.
It's time to do free differently. Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
All right, guys, we have just completed our 12th highest snowstorm in Kansas City history. All right, at over 11 inches. So not bad, getting into 12th place. It's very hard to get 10 inches, first of all, here in Kansas City in terms of snowfall, but we got that and then some. And unfortunately, that has made for some major problems across the roads. It's also made for a little bit of fun, too, given the fact that it was a weekend. But let's take a look in and around. This is kind of like Brad's, Steve's, my cameraman and my producer's weekend here, kind of all put together in a little video. We started with pushing a few folks out. This was one of 3 vehicles that we pushed out of the snow. If you, and I'm going to say this, if you don't have 4-wheel drive, you're still not getting around in the city. I just showed you the video during the last block of what it's like when you go off some of these main streets here. There's still a lot of snow cover. There's a lot of cleanup that is still left to be done. All right. And Steve and I always give each other a high five after we get somebody out. So that's kind of tradition there. But think about this. There's the city market. That place would have been teeming with people. Oh, wait. Oh, it's a helicopter. I thought that was an airplane. Nice to see at least, things in the air. But then we got Stevie. Stevie came up to play around with us. We talked to Belma, his mother, and, she was just telling us how Stevie loves the snow. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go play with Stevie a little bit. Love this dog. Fell in love with this dog immediately. And Stevie and I, we bonded. We bonded in the snow. No question about it. And Stevie promised me no yellow snow while we were out there playing, which I really appreciate. Either way, schools are shut down. As of about 2 hours ago, the airport was shut down. So that's reopened. But you can see this kind of snow we got. And by the way, Topeka, Kansas, their 3rd highest snowfall of any single calendar day. Not bad. Not bad for Topeka, Kansas. And we had a few areas in Kansas that were double-digit snowfall, even here in the Kansas City metro, a lot that were double-digit snowfall. So now it's all about the cold, right? And we know that the pattern has brought in this cold for an extended period because of where the polar vortex dropped to in eastern Canada. So now we're kind of locked into this. And if you look at the temperature forecast, Sunday is the first day that we may get above freezing for an hour. The high is forecast to be 33 degrees. So fresh snowpack like this, especially a deep fresh snowpack like we have, and the fact that we're not going to get very warm at all means a lot of the snow isn't going anywhere anytime soon. And any air mass that comes in behind this and pushes down to the south, guess what? It's going to keep that cold air even colder. So that may set us up, Alex Wallace, for a little southern snow, right? Alex and Jen?
No, right.
Jim, did you just say it?
But so this system impressed us. As you just said, it's hard to get more than 10 inches of snow in Kansas City. We saw it in the forecast, but you literally had it all. Jim, I mean, you just have to talk about the fact that you had thunder snow. You had a blizzard, which is also hard to verify, and you had these extreme snowfall totals. I mean, this has to be one of the snowstorms that really delivered it all for you.
Honestly, you want to know the single thing that surprised me the most? Is that the Kansas City Chiefs were caught on the runway. I don't know what logistics went wrong or happened in all that, but the fact that this was so well forecast, we knew that the ice would precede the snow. We absolutely knew that. We knew when it was coming in. That was forecast 2 or 3 days in advance. So it is what it is. But even on Saturday, the airport got shut down because of the ice, and I think that's the number one thing that surprised me. Yeah, guys, but number 7 now for thunder snow on live television. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
It's definitely a record. All right, Cantore, thank you. Great work out there. I don't know, try to stay warm a little bit.
Thank you.
As he said, the cold is going to be here. That's meaning the snow sticks around. It's going to be tough to clear those roads as well.
Yeah, that hard ice or hard snow is going to really take over out there. But look at this, some good time lapse. You know how we love a good time lapse. Snow coming down here on the front yards across the Bluegrass State. Shows just how quickly it can add up.
Yeah, this is what 4 hours in Louisville looks like when you shrink it down to less than 40 seconds. And boy, I mean, but even getting this much snow in 4 hours is impressive.
Yeah.
The snowfall rates were very heavy.
2-inch per hour rates around Louisville. Then on top of that, we had to deal with ice that started to add up. Yeah, it was not a fun situation out there. And you can see how it all began back towards the Midwest and then tracking its way eastbound here with our winter storm.
And I don't want to discount that there were some thunderstorms to the south. We had 4 tornado reports. I mean, this was a very dynamic system, but really the snow took over as the main story. And these reports stretched all the way through the plains into the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic.
And you see, there's a couple bullseyes, right? Northeast Kansas and Missouri, then tracking off towards these. Look at some of these numbers. Chapman, 18 inches of snowfall from this thing.
Tremendous across eastern parts of Missouri as well. And then the ice, I mean, with significant ice leading to power outages, which is something we're still working through today.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, so I saved hundreds. But the money I saved, thought I'd get a wax figure myself. Oh, right in the temporal lobe. Beat it, punks! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. An alternative to pills, Voltaren is a clinically proven arthritis pain relief gel which penetrates deep to target the source of pain with non-steroidal anti-inflammatory medicine directly at the source. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Tangazo hili linahusu njaa. Tarajia kuona watoto wakiwa na njaa katika maeneo haya. Mambo yalikuwa bora kwa miaka mingi. Tuliweza kupigana na njaa na watoto wachache walikufa. Lakini sasa mambo yamebadilika na kwa mabaya zaidi. Hii ni kwa sababu wakati huu ukame umeangamiza zaidi.
Через війни та конфлікти ми мусимо залишати наші домівки і всі наші речі. Ми навіть не маємо їжі. Тому нам потрібна ваша допомога.
Millions of children are fighting to survive due to inequality, conflict, poverty, and the climate crisis. Save the Children is working alongside communities to provide a better life for children. And there's a way you can help. Please call or go online to give just $10 a month. Only 33 cents a day. We urgently need 1,000 new monthly donors in the next 30 days to help the children we support around the world. You can help provide food, medicine, care, and protection, plus so much more that a child needs, by calling right now and giving just $10 a month.
Ви можете допомогти голодуючим родинам вижити.
और बच्चों को भूख से मरने से रोक सकते हैं.
All we need are 1,000 monthly donors in the next 30 days. Please call or go online now with your monthly gift of just $10. Thanks to generous government grants, every dollar you give can have up to 10 times the impact. And when you call with your credit card, we will send you this Save the Children tote bag as a thank you for your support.
Watoto kote duniani
потребують вашої допомоги.
Your small monthly donation of just $10 could be the reason a child in crisis survives. Please call or go online to givetosave.org to help save lives.
And talk to me about very real numbers here.
So actually the leading cause of unintentional death are falls in the U.S., and that equates to 32,000 deaths each year.
Oh my gosh, and that's something that's so preventable.
Absolutely.
For many, the stairs now pose the biggest threat to their safety. A stair lift can be the key to getting your life back. When you buy from Acorn Stairlift, you're buying from the most trusted name in the industry. Acorn Stairlifts has the most rigorous quality and safety standards available. Acorn Club monitors your stairlift activity, providing you and your family with peace of mind.
I really get a sense for just how slimlined this is. Look at all the space that I have here.
Acorn made it possible for us to live in our whole house again. Yes.
For you at home, are you ready for your peace of mind? Liberate yourself. Get yourself an Acorn Stairlift today.
Acorn also has the most comprehensive warranty in the nation.
It is absolutely amazing.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers to your phone and watch, so you can always see where you're heading without finger sticks. Dexcom G7 is the most accurate CGM, so you can manage your diabetes with confidence.
The first time you try Bounce, it hits you. Your laundry feels way fresher, softer. So you start to wonder, if I put a sheet of Bounce on the finance guy, will it make him softer? Bounce can't do it all. But for better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
Back live in Washington, D.C., as people are out in full force trying to clean sidewalks and the roadways. There are hundreds of trucks out just in the District of Columbia, and then you have other crews trying to clear off parking areas. Remember, this is a city that's busy regardless of the weather, especially when you have a presidential funeral for President Carter, our 39th president, later this week. That procession will go right down Pennsylvania Avenue where we are. And also we have an inauguration coming up. Lots of security in place and a lot of work going into all these events, and also Winter Storm Blair and whatever else might be coming after Winter Storm Blair. Good morning, I'm Justin Michaels. This is the District of Columbia. You can see the district flag and also Old Glory flying there at half staff because of the death of a president. And also City Hall is off to the left, and that's actually the viewing platform for the mayor, and other city officials will sit there. Of course, the last stop before you get to the White House. To give you a perspective, we're on Pennsylvania Avenue, and you can look down Pennsylvania Avenue at the Capitol building, and you can barely see that iconic dome shrouded in the snow that's falling here and has been falling since just after midnight to the tune of more than 5 inches here in the district has fallen so far. Points south have more, points north have less, and that's how you can look at this storm as it continues to push through for the rest of this day. Will it be a double-digit snowstorm here in Washington, D.C.? I'm voting for that. Of course, I love snow, though. You might not be voting for that, and you might be cursing my name right now. But however we like it, that's how it goes, and the snow is going to continue to fall for several more hours. We've been catching up with not only city officials, but also Maryland state officials about the highways and city streets. We've been catching up with people today to keep you informed on what's happening in preparation for this storm, and also about the hundreds, if not thousands, of crews who are out across the D.C. metro and into Maryland, into Virginia, who are working 12-hour shifts trying to keep these roads clear. Listen.
I am very grateful for the whole district team on attacking this. And we had over 230 pieces of equipment out there on the road. And for the entire snow event, we have approximately 800 something personnel. Everyone here is working 12-hour shifts as part of our snow team.
So it is very difficult work, very dangerous work. Remember, don't crowd the plow. Don't crowd the plow. Ideally, you're not out at all. You're just going to stay home. Schools are closed today. And Jen and Alex, of course, most people are either working from home or have the day off. I will tell you guys, there are several major snowball fights happening in the district today, including one at 11 o'clock this morning, one at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to be hitting up the 4 o'clock one in front of the National Art Gallery later today, National Gallery of Art. That one already has hundreds of people who have RSVP'd. They're going to be there. It is a big deal in the city to have snowball fights after winter storms, and they are keeping true to the tradition, guys. We'll have that for you later today on the Weather Channel. Guys, into you.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. Justin, did you RSVP?
I have been in touch that we're going to be there. It's yet to be determined if I'm going to pick up any snowballs, and here's why, Alex. Here's why. Because it's really not great snowball making snow. It's kind of, blowy snow, not snowball making snow. So we need some heavy wet snow to fall. Of course, that's a double-edged sword. You don't want that because it's heart attack snow. It'll break people's backs. We don't want people to be hurt in this. However, these people want to have a snowball fight, and right now this snow is not going to help. Basically, it's going to be flying all over the place. Anyway, there are worse things that have happened in the District of Columbia. Right.
Yeah, it will be exciting regardless. Justin, thank you. And that's a tradition in the area. And they don't get many snowstorms, so I'm excited to get the opportunity, no doubt. We're going to give you the very latest on the impacts the storm is having. The poor conditions have been blamed for crashes that have led to the deaths of at least 3 people in Kansas and Missouri.
A state of emergency that has been declared in 7 states, and federal offices are closed in our nation's capital. Now, over 1,100 Ohio DOT crews are out statewide to clear those roads.
Right now, we do still have, of course, the snow falling. Louisville, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh even getting some snow. New York even picking up a little bit of snow out of this.
Yeah, low 30 showing up out there. Then we get the ice, unfortunately, there in Richmond, where you're sitting right around that freezing mark. That 33 could be beneficial, though, maybe changing over a bit.
Now, this second batch that's going to come through, and Chris was describing this in Cincinnati as sort of the most pure snow that he'd had with the event, because there's there's no warm air aloft, so there's no sleet, there's no freezing rain, there's nothing mixing in. And so that will eventually move over D.C. a little bit later this afternoon.
Absolutely indeed. All right, so there are the winter weather warnings that continue here for us through this evening. And as Jen talked about, there's snow in the Ohio Valley. That's going to continue to work its way east, hence the reason why a spot like D.C. is going to be in the snow for a good part of the day.
Yeah. That second round comes in, probably add additional accumulation. And then finally, as we get through late tonight, the storm pulls out, but it is cold, bitterly cold tomorrow.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hit maker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
You'll find them in cities, towns, and suburbs all across America. Millions of Americans who have Medicare and Medicaid but may be missing benefits they could really use. Extra benefits they may be eligible to receive at no extra cost. And if you have Medicare and Medicaid, you may be able to get extra benefits too through a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. Call now to see if there's a plan in your area and to see if you qualify. With the Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan, you could have doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan. Plus, most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get $1,200 a year. That's $100 each month to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and more. Your allowance is conveniently loaded onto a prepaid card each month. And whatever you don't spend gets carried over to the next month. Plus, you could get other important benefits. Most plans include dental coverage with $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage, including eye exams and a yearly allowance for eyewear, even hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. And you could pay nothing for covered prescriptions, even brand name ones, all year long. You'll also get $0 copays for routine vaccines and telehealth visits. And you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. Best of all, if you have Medicare and Medicaid, you may be eligible to enroll in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan right now. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra benefits. A knowledgeable licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to health care.
COPD is an ugly reality.
Do you have his medical history?
I watch as this world just keeps getting smaller. But then, Trelegy helped us see things a little differently. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Once daily Trelegy also improves lung function, so he can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
Dove Men Plus Care Whole Body DO protects you everywhere. Here, when you're there. There, when you're here. Even down there. Dove Men Whole Body DO. Care that goes everywhere. Everywhere.
Shake, 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 Sinora. Shake your body liner. Shake, 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 Sinora. Shake it all the time.
The perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Shake, shake.
All right, come check this out. Meteorologist Chris Bruin here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Look at this, guys. We're going on now, I would say 3 to 4 hours of this heavy snow since this morning. And not after having our 9th snowiest day on record in Cincinnati yesterday. We picked up 8.4 inches. By the way, that was the snowiest day since 1998 when they saw over 11 inches of snow. So for a 24-hour total, this is impressive, and we're easily going to crack the top 10 two-day snowfall total. I don't know if we'll get up to the #1 spot. That's up at over 18 inches, but this is going to be a huge storm, and one that many families haven't even experienced this much snow with their kids since they lived in Cincinnati. They say this is the snowiest snowstorm, and they've lived here for many, many years, especially within the last 10 years. We did have a big storm back in 2021, but this one's certainly surpassing that. All right, take a look at the scene here behind me. It is essentially a ghost town here in downtown Cincinnati. We've got a few people walking around, a lot more pedestrians than cars. I saw a view of I-275. It is absolutely terrifying. I mean, it looks like the Arctic tundra. There's nobody on it, and it looks like this, like the streets, but not even that. It looks like the park, just deep snow. Take a look at the skyline. Visibility is deteriorated. We're pretty close to these buildings, only a couple of blocks, and you can still make them out, but they're fuzzy, right? They've got that grainy fuzz. And then as we pan over this way, I want to take you into the park. We're in Lytle Park, and check this out. I mean, I'm amazed at just how quickly the snow is accumulating here, but it is deep right here. I mean, we had no snow on the ground when this started. So yesterday morning, we're in 24 hours now, and this is amazing, Chris, if you can see that. There's that crusty layer of ice, and this is all new snow since the morning. So we're easily approaching that 3 to 4 inch mark, which on top of the 8.4 inches, that means we're getting close to a foot officially here in Cincinnati. And I know there's spots south of here in northern Kentucky that have seen more than that, because yesterday they were at 10 inches. We talked about the snowflake dendrites themselves. I want to pull this little black thing out and show you the actual crystals. Notice the dendritic growth is purely snow now, and you're getting some incredible designs, which is really cool. We had a chance to talk to just a friend who was parked behind us. It took him over 25 minutes to clean off his car. Here's what he had to say.
Not really used to this kind of weather, so just kind of going with the flow with it. My first time in it, so I see I'm stuck, so there's that. Now, I like the scenic view of it. I mean, it's kind of new being stuck and not being able to go to work, but I like the scenic view, how nice it is, the nature of it.
All right, that was Julian, who still is in his car. I don't think he's leaving today because he's not even going to risk it. We haven't seen many people out. Jen, Alex, this is a historic storm for the city of Cincinnati, and we're still not done. This back band has been an overachiever. It's still snowing in Indianapolis, and all of that snow has got to work its way through southwest Ohio and northern Kentucky before we finally say goodbye to the snow. But the problems don't end there. Tomorrow, I very well think we could have another snow day because it's going to take a long time to clean up the city. It's going to get so cold. The snow's not going away anytime soon.
Yeah, it's so cold that chemicals on the roads won't be as productive working. So it's going to be hard to, plow, get through the ice, because now there's a layer of ice in between all of that too, just from things melting and compressing. And yeah, Chris, very challenging, but exciting work out there in the field.
Whew, my goodness.
Let's talk about what's next, right?
Yeah, well, we've got another winter storm kind of on its heels in a way that's going to be impacting different area of the country, farther to the south, not so much the Ohio Valley, Midwest, and Mid-Atlantic, but places like Texas. We're going to start to see it, we think, on Thursday. Right. Dallas could be one of those places included in some heavy snow.
So, yeah, we're going to start the forecast on Thursday. This is the next system diving in. A lot of signs of a snowy scenario all the way down into northern Texas.
Hey, we talked about how this was going to be an active pattern, and here we go, getting it going here Wednesday night from parts of West Texas, then spreading towards the north and the east. Now, we could be looking at, once again, snow in some spots, but also the ice. That's a concern, too.
Yeah, snow in the north, ice in the middle, and rain to the south. This is one of those very tricky forecasts, bringing a lot of hazardous weather to the deep south.
Right, and there's certainly model consistency over bringing something in to this part of the south here. There's definitely challenges beyond this point, but I think we have a lot of confidence that it'll be cold enough and the system is coming through that we are going to get some wintry weather.
Feels like the air mass is colder generally in the southern plains over Texas than it will be in the southeast. We'll watch that very carefully. But Dallas, for example, Alex, you were looking at the last 3-inch snowfall we had was 2021. So this could maybe approach that.
Yeah. Certainly been a minute there. And then the ice concerns here for us. I mean, look at some of those areas in East Texas, Louisiana. Over 3/4 of an inch of ice. That would be a crippling type of situation.
Yeah, yes, indeed. More power outages. Again, the cold air is a big part of the story. So when you see your forecast highs for Thursday, I mean, look at Dallas, for example, 34 degrees. It could be colder because we've got snow to the north that the air is going to be moving over. And overnight, it does definitely drop below freezing.
Yes, Friday's precipitation type across parts of the southeast is a bit tricky because of, you said, some of those uncertainties in the near surface temperatures, but yet a warm layer of air aloft.
Right. So I think the chances of getting snow or ice in the southeast, there's so much to be determined that we'll keep talking through today and through the week.
Hi, and welcome everyone watching at home. We're here to remind you that we have agents standing by right now to answer your legal questions. So if you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, call now. Find out if you have a case and how much is potentially worth. I'm Gina Bellich here with spokesman and TV personality Tom Mustin. So Tom, tell everyone watching at home who should call right now.
Well, Gina, first off, thank you for having me here in the studio. Now, as far as who should call in, the answer is anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault should give us a call right now. Agents are standing by to answer any questions you may have and tell you how much your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. So what kind of calls are we seeing today?
Well, Gina, we're getting calls about all types of accidents, but the most common has been car accidents. So if you or someone you know were injured in an accident that was not your fault, take that first step and give us a call. We'll answer your questions and you'll find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
Thanks, Tom. Call now.
When a tough cough finds you on the go, a syrup would be silly.
Woo! Hey, try no Robitussin soft juice.
Packed with the power of Robitussin in every bite. Easy to take cough relief anywhere. Chew on relief. Chew on a
Robitussin.
Here we go again.
Wait, there's a Red Hulk now?
Excuse me, what do I do about this?
We use Tide Oxy Boost. It's a lifesaver.
The most powerful clean in any universe.
Looking good.
Thank you.
See Captain America: Brave New World.
This is what joint pain looks like when you keep moving with Aleve. Just one Aleve. 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve. Strength to last 12 hours.
Did you take your vitamin today?
That's my job.
Nature Made. Made with quality ingredients. Made to care for you every day. From Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Here's to getting better with age.
Here's to beating these two every Thursday.
Help fuel today with Boost High Protein. Complete nutrition you need and the flavor you love. So here's to now. Now available Boost Max.
Water line broke. Replacing could cost thousands. Not covered by homeowners insurance.
Honey, wake up. Here's Tom Rusin, CEO of HomeServe.
A plan from HomeServe pays for the covered repair cost for water lines, and we send a qualified contractor. The American dream of owning a home doesn't need to be a nightmare. Sleep well with HomeServe.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
Call 1-800-355-9794 or visit homeserve.com.
If your car's out of warranty, your next breakdown could cost thousands, unless you have Endurance.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
Just 2 claims saved us over $1,700.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call 1-833-415-6262 now.
The Weather Channel TV app has you covered all winter season. Our goal is to keep people safe. Log in and experience local weather, real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage, interactive live chats with experts. No one covers winter like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
And the sun shines once again on Kansas City, but it's a cold sun. Temperatures right now still struggling to get out of the single digits. And really, for the foreseeable future, we're going to stay below freezing probably until the late weekend for maybe just a couple of hours. So it's all about cleaning things up here and getting back online, which is going to take a little time. By the way, our coverage just isn't here in Cincinnati or in Kansas City. It's in Cincinnati with Chris Bruin. Chris is going to talk about a little fix potentially in how much snow they've actually gotten so far at CVG. And of course, J. Michaels News. We're talking about Justin Michaels. He's in Washington, D.C. as the capital and the district continues to get covered by snowfall. He'll get a little bit of a break from that snow, but he'll tell you it's probably not over. We've got more to come probably right into the evening hours. So that's how we're doing it for you. I'm going to sign off, and we're going to try and head back to Atlanta later on this afternoon and maybe be repositioned in the south. We will see in the next coming days. But let's go to Chris Bruin in Cincinnati, where, Chris, we've had a little snow discrepancy at the measuring station.
Yeah, it all comes down to the details. Thanks for sharing the info. It's hard to keep up with everything when you're out here in the snow. Everything's so wet, phones in the car, staying dry. But, okay, let me explain the situation here as far as the overall snowfall in Cincinnati. Of course, the official measuring station is at the Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport. That's south of here in northern Kentucky. Initially, they were reporting 8.4, but there was some sort of error in communication. So through midnight, it was 6.4 inches of snow. Still a healthy snowstorm, but it didn't break the daily record yesterday. Then from midnight to 7 a.m., they picked up 1.2 inches. So from 7 a.m., they're at 7.6 inches of snow. And I can confirm, since 7 a.m., we've seen at least 3 to 5 inches of additional snowfall on top of that 7.4. So you do the math, we're still looking at a top 10 two-day snowfall for the city of Cincinnati, and possibly getting up closer to the 6 or 7 place there for two-day snowfall. The snowiest one-day total in a while was 11.8 inches. That was back in 98. So while we didn't hit that in 24 hours, we're going to see close to those numbers for a two-day snowstorm. And the last time we had a double-digit snowstorm was in 2021, the historic winter that brought all that bitter cold to Texas. And then before that, you have to go back several more years. Now, we get our fair share of snow, and believe it or not, this has actually been a pretty snowy winter here in Cincinnati. Before this storm arrived, we saw 5 inches of snow so far season to date. That's right around where we should be. And then with this is going to put us at a huge surplus and may already be surpassing our annual average when you calculate how much snow we've seen season to date. We got more snow in the forecast and cold air set to linger. But I want to just take you around really quickly. Just beautiful park here. You can see the downtown city streets, which are snow-covered and atrocious. I mean, trying to drive around Cincinnati ain't happening. Folks are having a hard time. There's not a lot of people out. And you know that quietness that you get on New Year's Day? That's what it feels like here. You know, this was supposed to be the week we get back into the rhythm of life and the new year and people setting goals. We're delaying that just a little bit. Just take it slow. Enjoy a couple more days of winter break. I know the kids are excited, and I think the adults too, especially when you're dealing with a historic storm of this magnitude. All right, from Cincinnati, let's head even further east. There's so many big cities, Justin, that are being impacted with this. It's amazing to see, over 1,000-mile stretch of at least 6-inch snowfall reports, and we're starting to get up into the half-foot range around the D.C. metro area there already this morning.
No, definitely, and we still have hours and hours of snow to go. You heard Jim Cantore talking a little moment ago. We're probably going to have a little bit of a break or a lull here midday, but then it's going to pick back up again. The system is not out of here until tonight, and the average annual snowfall here for the DMV, the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., and surrounding areas is about 13.7 inches of snow. We're going to get 5 to 8 or possibly more here throughout the course of just this one storm. Now, we have to go back to 2022, January of 2022, the last time we saw more than 6 inches of snow in a snowfall like this, and back to 2016, January of that year as well, for more than a foot. So this is going to be a really good storm on the books for Washington, D.C. It is the first Monday back after a holiday break, and I give you Pennsylvania Avenue. There are few people on that road. This should be filled with people, filled with walking, filled with driving. And right now, as you can see, most people are heeding the warnings and staying home. There is a snow emergency here in Washington, D.C. Schools are closed in Washington, D.C. Government offices, people are working from home. So it's no surprise why there isn't a lot of people out right now, or there aren't a lot of people. But still, it's amazing to see after the Christmas and New Year's and holiday break how quiet this city is. The Weather Channel comes back with more live coverage of Blair after this.
Well, Geico's 85 years isn't just about time, you know. It means experience. I mean, put it this way. If I told you I'd been jarring raspberry preserves for 85 years, what would you think? Well, at first, you'd be like, that has got to be some scrumptious jam. And then you'd think, he looks fantastic. I must know his skincare routine.
Geico, saving people money for 85 years.
Beg your pardon.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-847-5519.
Here's to getting better with age.
Here's to beating these two every Thursday.
Help fuel today with Boost High Protein. Complete nutrition you need and the flavor you love. So here's to now. Now available Boost Max.
I'll be honest. By the end of the day, my floors, yeesh. But who has the time to clean? That's why I love my Swiffer WetJet. It's a quick and easy way to get my floors clean. WetJet absorbs and locks grime deep inside. Look at that. Swiffer WetJet.
For over 50 years, Purina Cat Chow has been helping cats feel at home with trusted nutrition. No wonder it's the #1 dry cat food in America. Come home to Cat Chow.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
Why is Navage perfect for nasal congestion?
The most common complaint that I will hear in my office is, I have congestion, my nose is blocked, I cannot breathe. Using Navage makes the nose feel cleaner. It's effective. Navage is so simple to use. Navage works by pulling saline in one nostril, through the nose and out the other nostril, sucking out allergens, mucus, dust, and germs. Experience on-the-spot relief so you could breathe easier, sleep better, feel healthier.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
Toss out the mess. Toss in the power sheet. Toss out pricey. Now toss like a boss. Arm & Hammer Power Sheets clean 3 times more small loads than premium tile detergent at the same price.
Shake, 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 Sinora, shake your body liner. Shake, 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 Sinora, shake it all the time.
The perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Shake, shake.
Winter storms Blair's calling card snow, and a lot of it. Parts of Kansas digging out from more than a foot of snow.
And the drivers there in Missouri told to stay home. Just don't risk it today, heading out there and potentially getting stuck. Not worth it.
That's right. This winter storm is not done yet. Now dumping a lot of snow in the mid-Atlantic. We have Rehoboth Beach behind us, which was turned into a winter wonderland. This snow came all the way to the Atlantic coast.
Well, it's not done yet there either. There's still more to go with the snowfall. We've been watching it falling this morning. We're also concerned about how cold it's getting behind the snow, and for those without power, what a challenge that is going to be.
And how about another dose of snow and cold and ice potential here as we work towards the latter part of our week, maybe even a bit farther to the south. So lots to track this week.
Oh, boy, indeed here. We're going to make sure you are prepared and ready for the week ahead. We'll continue to look at what folks are doing to to get you through the storm. We've got more than 1,100 crews that are plowing roads in Ohio, trying to get the upper hand there.
Yeah, we're working on it, and we know in D.C. right now there is a snow emergency still in effect. But, Jan, look at these live shots. Cincinnati, still snowing. D.C., reduction of visibility tells us it's still snowing. We have quite a few more hours in the day yet to go.
Yes, we do, here with the snow still to come. And there is ice to boot, and ice coating everything in sight in Rustburg, Virginia, about 10 miles south of Lynchburg. Reports here of 0.2 of an inch of ice accretion in spots. You can see it on top of this grill and on top of the deck and, well, the trees. But this has been a recipe for power outages, and it's been really, I think, the biggest cause of them, Alex.
That's my favorite shot right there.
Oh, right there. Yeah, the weather station coated in ice.
I love it.
Ice, ice, ice. I mean, it's pretty to look at, but man, I tell you, when you're in it, it is not a fun situation, that's for sure. No doubt. All right, let's talk about what this thing has done and what is to come here for us. The last 24 hours, you've seen the snow adding up, some of the estimated snowfall here for us, stretching from eastern Kansas all the way now and into the mid-Atlantic. Along its path here, a number of spots where we've seen some double-digit totals getting a chance to add up. And yeah, it's still snowing out there. Indy, now you're on that back edge, so I think we're done with the snow. Cloudy skies at 23 degrees, but Columbus seeing snow down towards Cincinnati. That continues there for you. And D.C. still finding some snow around. Now, that whole area back to the west is eventually going to slide its way eastbound. And so that's going to keep us in the snow here across a good chunk of Maryland, Northern Virginia. Now, Richmond, for us, it's more of a freezing rain issue at this time. Winter storm warnings, we still have those in effect here for you across the Ohio Valley and back over towards the coast. Northbound here in the north and south on either side, we've got winter weather advisories where, yes, still some wintry weather may not be as impactful, though, as the areas that are in the warning, but still got to be careful out there. So moving through the rest of the afternoon past the lunch hour, there's that back edge of snow coming across West Virginia, Charleston to Elkins. You'll see some of that snow back into places like Richmond, where, again, right now we're seeing some freezing rain, but we may actually go and end as snow as we move our way on into tonight. And really tapering off once we get to about the midnight hour. Most of the snow should be done, maybe hanging on a little bit longer. Great Lakes, and then here into West Virginia, some of the higher terrain could get in on that. Otherwise, it looks like, generally speaking, 1 to 3 inches of snow in addition to what we've got is what is left for us for the rest of the day. Otherwise, not looking for gargantuan amounts, but enough to make it pretty tough to try to travel and navigate. Now, of course, this storm has left a slew of issues from the nation's heartland to its busiest corridors. Our team coverage starts with the Weather Channel's Jim Cantori in Kansas City.
After our 4th highest calendar day snowfall on record here in Kansas City with 11 inches, the roads are an absolute mess, including in the city. Check this out. The main thoroughfares have been plowed, but when you start getting off on some of the side roads, this is our drive that we took. All right, there's like one lane, and then when you start to turn on some of the streets that haven't been worked on yet, it is just like Burma Road. It's bumpy, really bumpy. And if you don't have a four-wheel drive, forget it. All right, we were pushing people out yesterday that didn't have four-wheel drive. People will be doing it again today just because of all the snow that is still left over. So they're asking that you give us another day to start cleaning some of this and getting it out of the way. But for right now, the city shut down, and many folks obviously are just kind of stuck at home doing either schoolwork or work because it's a work day back in on a Monday. We're looking ahead at another storm, possibly this time taking aim on the south, Dallas, Memphis, maybe even Atlanta. But for here, it's all about the deep freeze. Our chances of getting above freezing, by the way, maybe for an hour or two on Sunday. Welcome to winter. I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori in Kansas City.
Boy, is the snow coming down here on a Monday in Cincinnati, Ohio, where we are completely covered in white. A record-breaking storm already with a daily snowfall record set on Sunday at over 8.4 inches. That was taken at midnight last night, and since then we've been piling up the snow on our way to a top 10 two-day snowfall. We just have to get to 10.8 inches, and that would put us into the top 10 category. I think we're going to do that because of the rate at which the snow is falling. I'm going to step out of the way for a second. Look at the visibility this morning. And even into the afternoon hours, we're anticipating the snow to continue for a good chunk of the day. Even when the snow subsides, we're going to have problems because temperatures stay below freezing for the entire rest of the week. In fact, the coldest air of the season is going to be moving in for Tuesday and Wednesday. We could be dealing with overnight lows near zero, especially with this kind of snowpack that we have on the ground. So trying to clean up these streets is going to be very difficult. It's a level 2 snow emergency for the city of Cincinnati, which means if you don't have to be out, please don't be out. We know the essential workers, people like nurses and law enforcement, they got to get to work. I know businesses that are needed have to get to work. A lot of people even opting for walking into the office if they're close by. That would be a wise bet, especially given the hilly nature of Cincinnati. Something we're going to be watching for as we await the Arctic air, which will push in. And we're not even done with the snow. While our next round of snow won't be until the end of the week, we're still anticipating accumulating snow with a developing southern winter storm, which is going to keep this winter train rolling here for the first half of January.
Snow continues to fall here in the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, during a very busy week. In fact, a busy several weeks with President Carter's funeral procession this week, a presidential inauguration coming up, and, of course, Winter Storm Blair throwing a wrench in the gears a little bit. Lots of security protocols involved in making sure these events stay safe, and that means those workers are still working, though officials are certainly asking people, if you can, stay at home. Listen.
Stay at home. Stay at home as much as possible and as late as possible. That will give our plows an opportunity to do the roads. Please help us in that endeavor. We started pre-treating as early as yesterday, and then when it got to be about 1.5 inches or 2 inches, about 2 o'clock this morning, we started pushing snow. I'm not saying that we're where we need to be, but we're coming along well.
It's important to remember schools are closed today. Most people, if you are working from home. They're asking people to stay home. Of course, a lot of people, whether you're a restaurant worker or a nurse or a doctor, a lot of people do have to go to work, and we understand that. But by and large, if you can stay home, do stay home. Looking at Pennsylvania Avenue here, you can see, aside from some security personnel and vehicles, it's pretty quiet on Pennsylvania Avenue, whereas typically during a Monday, especially the Monday after a long holiday break, this road would be filled with cars, bustling all up and down Pennsylvania Avenue. As you can see today, it is by and large pretty quiet. Let's hope it stays that way, and we'll have to see how much snow actually falls. And we have to go back to 2016 for the last more than 12 inches of snow that fell. 2022 is the last 6 inches or more of snow that fell. We've already gotten close to that 2022 number. Will we get close to a double-digit snowfall? Snow's not stopping until sometime tonight, probably right before midnight, so we have hours to go and a lot more snow to fall. In Washington, D.C., I'm Justin Michaels, the Weather Channel.
Well, Justin is right about that. There's more snow yet to come for D.C., Baltimore, and even areas, especially in central and eastern Virginia. But the most of it has gone by, but there is still a batch of it yet to come. And I'll track it and show you in a second. But when you add it all up between now and when the system is completely offshore, generally 1 to 3 more inches, maybe some spots of 3 to 5 here across parts of West Virginia, but there may be some localized spots here in eastern Delaware and the eastern shore of Maryland that we could get 3 to 4 inches yet to come. The weather system is still kind of in play. It's looking a lot different than it did yesterday, and it's kind of fractured. It's got a couple of different pieces to it. There is some very heavy snow right now moving through southeastern Maryland and Delaware as we speak, even southern Jersey. But this is the other piece that I kind of want to track and pay some attention to, because it will be moving in that direction and replacing some of the snow that's ongoing across parts of the mid-Atlantic. But there's a separation, a break between the two. So right now, while it may be snowing pretty hard in Dover or Atlantic City or some areas and even in northern Virginia, there is that distinct break here with some light snow and maybe some mixed precipitation. But obviously not a whole lot is coming down right there. But it will fill in as this part of the storm moves on by. This is associated primarily with the remnants of the upper level low. There's some other factors here leading to the precipitation distribution and shape to it. But notice that this batch is headed this way. So if you're in Charleston, West Virginia, Elkins, West Virginia, or even farther to the east in D.C. or western areas of Virginia, just don't lose hope here. If you want more snow, it's coming by later on this afternoon and evening. Now, it won't equal the amount that we've already gotten, but it's going to add to it, and that is significant because a couple more inches could bring us to some very significant totals when all's said and done by very early tomorrow morning as the system moves offshore. So again, last graphic here to show you how much snow yet to come. You know, generally 1 to 3, but outside of that, there might be some localized amounts of 3 to 5, especially as that second and final burst of snow moves on through, Jen, later on this afternoon and evening. But you're talking about some city-specific issues, especially with the ice creating some nasty conditions.
Yeah, and you know, that snow is going to come on top of what you see here, ice that is coating power lines. In fact, you can see sort of the fiery scene across the zone where the power lines are arcing, actually, as they snap. The ice is heavy, and we saw a significant coating of ice stretching through Kansas and Missouri, and then into Illinois and Indiana, and certainly in Kentucky. Pretty hard hit with the ice, which is where we have a lot of power outages. We've got that in West Virginia, and also Virginia, too. Some significant icing, which has caused problems with driving and also for folks not having power. Also wanted to highlight how cold it is here. The background color is where we have the power outages, and then the numbers are the temperatures. We're all down in the 20s or 32 or colder, basically everywhere, most spots in the 20s, and getting colder too, and that's a trend. We're not warming up here by any stretch in this area. So tomorrow's forecast, these are the highs, topping out in the upper 20s, maybe low 30s, but not getting above the freezing mark. If you're without power and you're using a generator, please practice using it safely. If you are using the generator, making sure you turn on those appliances one at a time with the generator running, operate under a canopy-like structure with dry hands, and turn off and cool before fueling. Also make sure kids and pets stay away from the generator. We're going to stay cold. The feels like as we go through the midweek is going to keep so many of you feeling the deep chill. 194 million by tomorrow morning feeling feels like a wind chill factor below 20 degrees. 193 on Wednesday. Thursday, it's really not that much better. 163 million going to have that feels like. Here's what the numbers look like. It's significant. We're going to feel sub-zero, the wind chill forecast here across the upper Midwest. And of course, where we have the snow, that's just going to keep the cold sticking around even longer with that snowpack. Northeast, we've got the cold as well. The feels like is going to be in the single digits, maybe even sub-zero like we've got in Binghamton, into the teens, all the way down into D.C. and the mid-Atlantic. And you'll feel that even into the Atlanta area. So we're talking into the southeast. Look at Montgomery, a feels like of 18. This is Wednesday morning. That's going to be one of the coldest mornings. Now, beyond that, you know, we do get above freezing across the south and east, and we're starting to get close in some other spots, like D.C., a forecast of 34 by the time we get to Thursday. But we will be tracking our next weather maker, which we'll talk about coming up a little bit later in the show, coming through the south in an area that is very likely to stay below average with the temperatures all the way through the middle of the month. Alex.
Well, wind plus snow, it is a bad combination for commuters, no doubt, headed back to work after the long holiday break. Some drivers slid off interstates in Kansas, while icy conditions limited the amount of people who could even get onto the roads around the I-95 corridor. So, yeah, it has not been a good travel time this weekend, and now heading into this early part of the week and really continuing here. If you don't have to head out there in these areas where we've seen some of the snow and the ice, just stay put. Now, for those who may be traveling in terms of the airports, not looking too terrible across the Midwest. Green icons here for us right now. The exception, though, Chicago O'Hare, where we're seeing a ground delay program in effect. And that's thanks to, looks like a little band of snow coming off of Lake Michigan, coming right down towards the airport. So that is causing some issues right now. A ground delay program in effect for those flights trying to get to Chicago being held for now over 2 hours. So that is not a fun time. They're trying to get to Chicago right now. Heading into tomorrow, though, should be much better. Not looking for much delay action here across the Midwest, down towards Cincinnati. Also looks pretty good. Detroit as well as over towards the Cleveland area. But, man, I tell you, the snow is still out there right along that 70 corridor. That's the kind of the general area where we saw quite a bit of snow adding up. Some double-digit totals that we've had to deal with as well. And then we head off towards the east where we've got some of the snow associated with our winter storm. Rolling its way from the mid-Atlantic into southern New England That's leading to some issues there for us at JFK, ground delay program for us. 46-minute delays for those flights across the country trying to get to JFK, thanks to some of the snow that we're seeing there. And for the flights that are getting up, some turbulence, light for the most part, being reported, although it looks like one plane there kind of in that almost severe range when it comes to the turbulence. So maybe a bit bumpy here in the east as we work our way through the afternoon.
Fuel your inner adventurer. The first ever Nissan Rogue Rock Creek.
صعبة كان راسي على الشباب في رعب كثير رعب وطبعا هلا يعني أنا بحس بالرعب الكبير بدنا بس نعيش بأمان.
Conflict is raging across the world, and millions of children's lives are being devastated by war, hunger, disease, and poverty. We urgently need your help to reach children in crisis. Please call or go online to give just $10 a month, only 33 cents a day. We need 1,000 new monthly donors this month to help children in crisis around the world and right here at home. You can help us provide food, essentials, and life-saving medical care to children in the most need.
حريتنا يعني بدنا نعيش زي كل الأطفال بدنا نعيش بحرية وأمان.
In the darkest times, children suffer the most. You can help by calling right now and giving just $10 a month. All we need are 1,000 monthly donors. Please call or go online now with your monthly gift of just $10. Thanks to generous government grants, every dollar you give can have up to 10 times the impact. And when you call with your credit card, we will send you the Save the Children tote bag as a thank you for your support.
وعيت عن هاي الدنيا القصف والنزوح والخيمة. أتمنى نعود على بلادنا. شايفين لك إنه هذا مستحيل.
Your small monthly donation of just $10 could be the reason a child in crisis survives. Show them they're not alone. Please call or go online to givetosave.org to help save lives.
Let's start the bidding at $5 million. Thank you, sir.
These people of privilege hoarding the financial advantages for far too long.
7.5 at the back.
Look at them, unaware that Robinhood Gold members now enjoy the VIP treatment.
$10 million on the
The
right.
3% IRA match on retirement contributions.
11 million, sir.
Once they discover their privileges are no longer exclusive, their fragile reality will plunge into disarray.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Dayquil VapoCool?
It's Dayquil, plus a brush of Vicks Vapors.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, stuffy head, power through your day medicine.
The Weather Channel TV app has you covered all winter season. No one covers winter like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
Your next face cream should be made from goat milk.
The clinical grade goat milk in our Bloom cream has 34 active ingredients.
97% of people saw healthier skin.
So join our community of millions whose sensitive skin was transformed by Bloom cream.
You've got a subscription for streaming movies and music, maybe even one for food. But what about when it's your water line that's streaming? Repairs are expensive. Good contractors hard to find. A plan from HomeServe is like a subscription for peace of mind. For one small monthly fee, when a covered system breaks, we'll send a qualified contractor and pay for the repair. Why worry? Get HomeServe and chill.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
Call 1-833-752-5204 or visit homeserve.com.
Look, great blue heron. You know, when I go, I'd like to leave some money to the local bird conservancy.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will, something you can sign and make official. Start your will at trustandwill.com now and make it count.
Free TV starts with Local Now. With hundreds of free TV channels,
We've got some breaking news to get to.
These are the big cases that everyone is talking about.
local news in hundreds of cities,
Good evening. Thanks for joining us here on NBC6.
and thousands of movies and shows.
Hold them as long as you can.
It's time to do free differently. Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
Frosty scenes like this give you a sense of what people are dealing with as the first winter storm of the year coats cities from the Midwest to the East Coast.
This is southern Illinois that looks like a winter wonderland. Storm tracker Charles Peak joins our live team coverage now. And Charles, your travels have been covered by icy conditions here. Tell us, how has it been going? What are the road conditions like in southern Illinois?
Yeah, Jen, they're still really tough here. Had a combination of moisture here. You had literally in some places starting as snow, then turning to sleet. And then at one point in time, Jen, I literally had my windshield wipers on full speed with freezing rain coming down and also thunder. So had thunder, freezing rain. And then snow came back on top of it. So you've got a situation where you've got snow and then the plows are coming, pushing some of that off, but it's still solid ice underneath it. So it's very treacherous out here right now. I talked to the police chief here at Brands in Mount Vernon, and he's concerned today may actually be a little worse with it being a Monday. Yesterday, he said it wasn't too bad except on the interstates with some accidents, but he's worried about today with more people getting out and that ice. He just asked people to take it slow, and they'll get the plow trucks out and do as hard as they can to get the roads in better condition.
Yeah, I imagine that's not an easy situation there. And you mentioned having to deal with some of that ice out there. What's the power situation like where you are?
Right here in Mount Vernon, it's not bad. We had a little more on the snow side right here, but just about 30 miles south, you've got in one place by Marion, 0.65 inches of ice. And I know there's even one of the TV stations that's running on generator power down there, and a lot of power outages in that area, just a little south of here.
I imagine your travels probably took you from south of there, because usually you're coming from Arkansas. What was it like along the way?
Well, I started in Cape Girardeau yesterday, and right there we were getting elevated ice, but the roads weren't bad. And then I crossed the river over into Illinois and worked around through that area, and that's where the ice started really picking up. And then as you went a little further, you got into a mixture of snow and ice, and so then you had that second band of convective freezing rain that came by, and that's when it really built up in that southern quarter there.
And Charles, on your travels, did you encounter many accidents or people off the side on the road?
Again, you know, on the interstates, you had a little more of that, but I think with it being a Sunday, and then even talking to the police chief here, he thought a lot of people really heeded the warning. You know, as you know, this was a well-advertised winter storm, and so with it being a Sunday, I think a lot of people just weren't on the road, so that was a real good thing. You did run into it in a few cases. I'm seeing a lot more of it this morning. I've already had to help push a few people out, because what happens, the plows push it off of the road, and then when they try to exit into a parking lot or something like that, they're high centering and getting stuck.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Here, another reason to, again, stay put today. Charles, thank you. And I'm going to be checking back in with you to get updates on the conditions as you're out and about. And, you know, Alex, for folks who are trying to figure out what to do today, we can show you what you're dealing with without even having to step outside. Watch how this piles up so quickly.
Yeah. Now, granted, this is time lapse, right? But it was coming down in bunches in Louisville here earlier yesterday morning, right? We were talking 2-inch per hour snowfall rates for a period there for us. Adding up on some of the front yards here across the Bluegrass State. Again, it really started to pile up and add up pretty fast.
Yeah, this is 4 hours in Louisville. You shrink it down to less than 40 seconds. Man, a lot of shoveling in those driveways, right? Right now, we've got snow that's continuing to fall, and we want to take you into the whole duration of the storm, where you can see, of course, from Kansas City to St. Louis, we had all the precip types.
Yeah.
But really finishing with the snow, which added up the most.
It was coming down in bunches out there. In fact, one point there, Topeka, Kansas got into blizzard conditions.
Yeah.
We all know how tough it is to get the blizzard criteria. We got there.
Yes. Snowfall reports across the map, and you can see how widespread they were. And you know, while the highest amounts were in maybe more of a a skinnier corridor. It was pretty widespread with who got snow.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You can clearly see some of those bullseyes here, double-digit totals here for some of these spots. Look at that. Chapman, 18 inches. Abilene got to 16 inches of snow, and look at Topeka. 14.5
inches of snow with a blizzard. Whew. The ice was a big deal as well. We had significant ice in Kentucky, Marion coming in with 3/4 of an inch of ice. That's certainly going to lead to power outages.
That's a lot of ice out there to have to contend with, no doubt about it. Travel issues, power outages, you mentioned that. So again, a lot of wintry weather here extending from Midwest, and now we're continuing to deal with it here into parts of the Mid-Atlantic.
So we're still getting more today. We've got that second push of snow coming through, and that's on top of the nearly foot of snow you've already had.
It's $10 Tuesdays at KFC. Every Tuesday, grab 8 pieces of hot, juicy Kentucky Fried Chicken for just $10. Butter my biscuit, that's a good deal. Get a taste of $10 Tuesday, only at KFC.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. If you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance, a monthly allowance to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. You could pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long, even name brand drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as fillings. They may also have vision coverage, including vision exams, and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. Even hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. You'll even have a $0 copay for routine vaccines and telehealth visits. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. When you choose Humana, you'll find the benefits and support that our members have asked for, like a monthly allowance to help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items. Prescriptions where you could pay nothing. You could get $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, vision, even hearing coverage. And our large networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent to see if you qualify to enroll in a plan with extra benefits. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance? To help pay for eligible groceries, utilities, rent, and over-the-counter items. Covered prescriptions where you could pay nothing all year long, even for the name brand ones. Just think of what benefits like these can do for your health and your life. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Did you know GoodRx can help you get a better price on your family's prescriptions?
I just open the app, type in the name of our meds, that's it. Savings on my asthma medication. All right, round 2, baby, round 2. Oh, yeah! Savings on my husband's blood pressure refills. And savings on my daughter's allergy pills.
Prescription savings for the whole family.
Have a good one.
Another good reason to check GoodRx.
These days, the dollar just doesn't go as far. But at Red Lobster, you're big shrimping, baby. It's shrimp your way. Choose 2 or 3 flavors starting at just $16.99, like garlic shrimp scampi. Get your shrimp on today, only at Red Lobster.
Mountains of snow, they're piling up even in places that don't have mountains. Hilliard, Ohio, here outside of Columbus, they really got hammered with these mounds that covered sidewalks for as far as the eye can see.
Yep, the plowing, the shoveling, all is going to do that. You've got these big snow mounds that don't melt for a while, especially with the kind of cold that we are going to have. We also have some snow falling right now in D.C.
Yes, our nation's capital getting hit with this winter storm, right? Not only dealing with some of that snow out there, but man, it is chilly. We got those temperatures stuck in the 20s at this time. Seeing some of those clouds going by right now.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, there you go. Trying to get those streets as clear as possible.
Look pretty good. I can't say that they're that way everywhere, though, right? Because we've seen some scenes, Justin was showing us earlier, where roads are snow covered. New York City, you've reported some light snow in the area. Visibility still pretty good, but you can see kind of up high, we're probably getting some snow falling. You can see the tops of the skyscrapers.
And even see some flakes. If you look closely, you'll see the flakes kind of coming down. So yeah, a little bit of snow coming up there into the city at this hour. A little bit more, though, is expected farther to your south.
Well, the very latest on the impacts the storm is having, a state of emergency has been declared in 7 states, and federal offices are closed in our nation's capital.
Now, on top of a number of schools being closed from Ohio to D.C., the Port of Baltimore, that's shut down. But the Kansas City airport, that now has reopened.
There's still cancellations, though, in Kansas City and St. Louis, Baltimore, D.C., both airports here. At least a third to half of the flights are canceled at all those spots today. So still challenges.
Yeah, challenges, no doubt. And we continue to deal with some of that snow again pushing east. But look, past 24 hours worth of snow. Now, these are estimates here, so this is not exact, but just gives you a flavor of the path that we've seen the snow take.
Yeah, and so, you know, some of the biggest snow you can see in some of our biggest metros, like Kansas City ended up being in a bullseye. St. Louis, a bullseye for snow. Louisville, another spot with a bullseye of snowfall, not too far from Cincinnati either.
Yeah, so it has come down in bunches out there. We're not done. We still got more snow to deal with here as we work our way through this afternoon. We've been watching Columbus hanging on some of that snow. Snow's kind of backed its way into places like Louisville, as well as, I should say, Cincinnati. And we'll be watching that general area push towards the east.
See, Nashville's reporting some snow now.
Some flakes,
I mean, look, there's not a lot coming down, but there's snow. It is snowing, and you might get as temperatures are dropping. We're down to 28. You know, there might be some slick spots on sidewalks. Be careful out there.
Definitely, no doubt about it there. While we've got still some freezing rain being reported there in Richmond. Still under winter storm warnings in a number of areas as well as we follow the path of this thing pushing east. That'll fill it a bit more, so that's why we're not completely done with our snow in places like Charleston or even over towards a spot like Baltimore.
Yep, and you know, Richmond, you've had some freezing rain. You're probably going to mix in with a little rain, but then you finish with snow that's going to be moving through the area. Even Virginia Beach might not get a lot of accumulation, but you certainly can see the flakes.
Looks like mostly looking at about 1 to 3 inches. I'd say that would be the general trend of what we've got in terms of what will add up for the rest of the day. But some of the higher terrain in West Virginia could be looking at maybe 3+ inches of additional snow.
So let's time it out. I mean, first of all, temperatures are cold, so we're not going to get any help from that. Where they are right now, they're only dropping from there. So we'll see a lot of 20s here through the evening.
No doubt. It continues to snow as well with those numbers hanging out in the 20s. Do we see maybe another snow day in D.C.?
You know, D.C. is a hard one to call, but I think there are going to be many communities that have another snow day tomorrow as they try to dig out from all of this here. And plus, it is cold, Greg, and that makes it challenging for the workers trying to work on those roads.
It sure does, Jen. You're right about that. And the cold is not just in the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast, as you were talking about. It's over much of the central part of the U.S. as well, where the departures from average are most prominent right here, where we got just an absolute ton of snow over parts of Kansas. Highs will likely remain in the teens. Remember, when you got a snowpack, it makes it that much harder to warm up. And oftentimes the forecast models have a hard time capturing how cold it actually can be with that snow on the ground. And many other areas in the central and southern plains today will be colder than average. But let's watch the jet stream unfold over the coming days, and it's going to continue to deliver some chilly air into the region. I'm not sure I'd call it an Arctic outbreak, but the idea that we have some very cold air trying to work its way back into the United States because the jet stream is in this weird shape. This is a very high amplitude, highly blocked, high latitude flow, meaning not much is moving. So whatever is north is probably going to come south rather than go from west to east. And there's another dip in the jet stream showing up for us as we go into Thursday, which leaves behind it, I might add, some very chilly air, especially in the southern plains on the very tip of that dip in the jet stream, we think, by Thursday. So look at your spot on the map. This is very chilly air, especially for Texas. Highs Dallas in the low 30s with wintry precip also on the way. We'll talk more about that.
ProPlan is always advancing with game-changing formulas that promote mental sharpness and help extend lives. See what nutrition can do. Purina ProPlan, always advancing.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging.
It started making some really weird noises.
I kept hearing ding, ding, ding.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
It's an exhaust leak.
Broken axle.
Catastrophic failure.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
I had a seat sensor that went out, $1,400. Endurance paid it. We got a brand new transmission, and we never seen the repair bill.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered. And if you need a rental car, that's covered too.
When I needed Endurance the most, they were there for me.
Endurance came right back. No problem. Don't worry about it. We'll work it out with the dealership. We'll get you covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games. There's no middleman. They're a solid company. You never know when a breakdown can strike, and you need coverage you can count on.
Without Endurance, a broken AC unit can cost over $800, transmission over $3,000, and engine over $4,000.
If I didn't have Endurance, I would have paid over $7,000 out of pocket to repair my vehicle.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
Imagine never fearing a check engine light or a car that won't start, or a simple trip to the auto shop for an oil change again.
The check engine light came on the vehicle. I thought, oh my gosh, what's this gonna cost me? And he said, ma'am, you're covered. I mean, what can you say? Hallelujah.
With Endurance, you've got coverage that can keep thousands in your pocket.
One claim alone saved me more than $4,000.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
We've saved over $2,000, and that's just so far.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee, but you have to act now.
Call 1-855-278-3893. That's 1-855-278-3893.
Your cardiovascular health impacts everything, and we mean everything. Blood pressure, circulation, and energy production for starters. So here's a radical new approach to cardiovascular health support from the brand with more 5-star ratings at Walmart than any other beet brand. It's Super Beets by Human, the #1 cardiologist recommended beet brand. Discover how Super Beets cardio-powered ingredients support so much more than heart health. And for a limited time, get a free month supply on all bundles at superbeets.com.
Head & Shoulders Bare. Clinically proven dandruff protection with just 9 essential ingredients. No sulfates, no silicones, no dyes. Dandruff protection, minimal ingredients. Job done.
It's not just the snow creating problems from the nation's heartland to the Appalachian Mountains. This was the scene in southern Missouri as a glaze of ice coated trees and roadways.
Ooh, my goodness. You know, scenes like these have not had a tough time crossing the Mississippi River, but many drivers sure have. Our storm tracker Charles Peak joining us now from southern Illinois. And Charles, you're no doubt used to traveling in some of these conditions. What advice do you have for people who are maybe forced to navigate here this weather to have to maybe get to work?
Oh, Alex, that's an easy one. Go slower than you think you need to and leave more distance between you and the vehicle in front of you than you think you need to. Seems to be the time that you get in trouble, is you're just going too fast for conditions. Some people with a four-wheel drive vehicle will sit there and think, okay, because I can get going real good. But four-wheel drive does not mean a four-wheel stop. And so, you know, that's the biggest advice I can give. Just take your time, slow down, and take it easy.
Yeah. Have you seen a lot of slide-offs? Have you seen any accidents in your travels out there?
Today, it's been better. You've got a lot of vehicles that some of them from yesterday were abandoned. They were stuck and abandoned. Some of them are getting stuck this morning. People have the necessities. I'm next to a coffee shop, and people are here coming to get their coffee this morning. But I've seen several of them where the plows have pushed the snow off of the main road, Broadway, right back here, as you can see. You know, they've pushed it off pretty good. It's slushy, but then what you have is where they pushed it, then when those cars try to come into the driveway in the parking lots, they're getting stuck. They're high-centered on some of these smaller vehicles. And, so that's the situation they're dealing with here. It was more snow than freezing rain and sleet here, but just about 60 miles to south near Marion, there's reports of 0.65 inches of ice. And I was there when we had some literally thunder-freezing rain, and raining so hard I had my windshield wipers at times on full speed.
Wow. Yeah, and so you can imagine that it was probably coming down pretty steadily there. Charles Peak, thanks so much there in Illinois. We'll be checking back with you there. Again, another spot impacted by this wide-reaching winter storm.
And the whole thing is still going. Checking in on Cincinnati, we still have the flakes flying out there. Now, Cincy, I know that there was some mixing for a little bit where you got a little sleet mixed in perhaps, but it is pure snow now, and you can see those flakes coming down as we look out over the bridge.
Wow, what a sight, what a scene, what a time for us, the folks there. Getting out and about, though, is very chilly, feeling like it's below 10 degrees, single-digit temperatures in terms of the feel likes there. So cold times, kind of setting the stage for what we may have to deal with here as we head through this week.
Okay, so today's storm, let's put that away. Let's fast forward to Thursday.
A mixed bag, a precip with snow in the deep south. We're talking Texas. Look at our high temperature in Dallas, 33 degrees, the snow not very far away. And it kind of moves across the southern tier, doesn't, as we go from Thursday through the Friday and Saturday time frame.
Let's talk about the southern plains, because we do have more confidence on this part of the storm than we do the rest of it.
It seems like it, right? We've got cold air around, right? And plus the snowpack, I think that's going to help us out as well, because now we've got the air coming over the snowpack and then driving down in through the southern plains.
That's going to affect what precipitation type we get, because that's often going to ensure that very cold air will hug the surface. So we will have snow, but we also might have that awful mixture of sleet and freezing rain thanks to that cold air right hugging the ground with warmer air aloft above it.
And that's kind of a problem that you get when you have a snowpack like this. It can really refrigerate the air coming over it, especially near the surface. And so we're talking about potential ice problems further south than we just were with this previous system.
Yeah, this is a different track. This is not following the same path. This is much farther to the south. So Memphis, Nashville, perhaps Chattanooga, heads up. We may get some snow going into Friday. South of that in Georgia, it's more of a mixed bag, most likely. We'll see about that. But look, snow could be significant in Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah, more than 8 inches. That's a possibility. This is the Euro model, but look at the GFS. It's similar, you know, it's a little different, but look, we're still a few days out.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, a significant snowfall coming across North Texas, maybe even a spot like Little Rock could get hit with some snow.
And it's been a while, hasn't it? Since we saw in Dallas, for example, the last season's snowfall total was only 1.5 inches. And the last time we got 3.5+ inches of snow, it's been a few years.
Yeah, we'll have to look up the stats on more than that, because certainly the potential is there. The ice is going to be the other thing that we really need to watch out for. This would include I-20. This would include south of there, actually, cities like Lufkin, Alexandria. You don't deal with this all too often, so this would be a significant deal.
This is a very difficult forecast to make, so there's a lot of uncertainty. Tune back in, we'll refine these numbers. But for right now, icing does seem to be a big player.
Now, the cold, let's talk about that, because Thursday's numbers in the southeast, you'll get above freezing likely. Overnight, though, drop off below. And so then when does the precip come in, and what happens to your temperatures on Friday? This is all part of the forecast story for what comes into the southeast.
Yeah, we're going to be watching this extremely closely, right? There is certainly that risk. I mean, look at this. This is now Friday early morning. Maybe a swath of ice coming across North Georgia, and then kind of that mess as we work our way into the weekend.
A lot of uncertainty in this part of it.
Have you ever dreamt of getting 2 of your fave Wendy's items for $7? Like a spicy chicken sandwich, Dave's Single, or 10-piece nugs? Well, today's the day your oddly specific dream comes true. Pretty good dream. 2 faves for just $7? Gotta be Wendy's.
Is Cialis Daily better than Viagra? Does it last longer than Viagra? Are sample packs available? Get started with a 30-day sample pack. Generics now only $1 per tablet at rexmd.com/30. Does RexMD really work? Over 85% of patients said, not only does it work, they saw results the very first night. Get started with the 30-day sample pack. Generics now only $1 per tablet at rexmd.com/30.
Effective, healthy blood pressure support. It's at the center of your health. We know because we're the maker of Super Beets, the brand with more 5-star ratings at Walmart than any other beet brand. And at the center of Super Beets Heart Chews, clinically studied grapeseed extract for nearly 2 times more effective blood pressure support than diet and exercise alone. Scientifically formulated and easy to enjoy. Discover why Super Beets is the #1 cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support at livehuman.com.
What'd you do?
I'm a thief. Promise me I won't lose her.
You love all this, don't you?
Job satisfaction isn't a crime.
But the rest of it is.
What's your name again?
Jessica.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Done deal.
Call 1-800-588-3604.
To switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, for a limited time, new customers get their 2nd month free when they sign up today.
You built this?
It was easy once I found the parts.
Looks like you need a break. The General gives you one with flexible payment options.
Look, a chemical reaction.
Oh! For a great low rate, go with the General.
Hit it again, Jen.
When something is off, it can feel hard to hide.
I just learned I'm losing my hair.
At Hims, you don't have to hide. You can find treatments for weight loss, ED, mental health, and hair loss. Made with doctor-trusted ingredients. Prescribed 100% online. Get started today at hims.com.
Never clean your gutters again with LeafGuard. LeafGuard's seamless design keeps leaves, pests, and sediment out while directing water away from your home, giving you peace of mind that your home and family are protected from water damage with the industry's premier maintenance-free gutter system. Call 844-6LeafGuard right now for a free estimate and save 20% plus $500 off your purchase and installation. LeafGuard. Get it today, protected for life.
MilkRx is a proprietary, first-of-its-kind innovation, a multi-layer moisturizer treatment. Our clinical studies have shown MilkRx confirms skin laxity, repair the skin barrier, and reduce inflammaging in the lab.
The Weather Channel TV app has you covered all winter season. Our goal is to keep people safe. Log in and experience local weather, real-time radar, minute-to-minute coverage, interactive live chats with experts. No one covers winter like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
Whoa, what was that? Got it. We got it. That's it. Oh my God, we just had it. We just had thunder snow here in Kansas City, Missouri. I can't even stand and get my grip. Could this be a historic storm in Kansas City? Absolutely.
I believe you all have been describing it as an ice sandwich. It could be described as a perfect storm.
Well, it's true. When you put snow and then you put ice on top of it, and then you put snow back on top of that, that's the ice sandwich. Is really difficult for driving. DC, we had a little sleet mixing in, but I think it's been mostly snow.
Yeah, I think we kind of got the sort of the fortunate side of this year, not having to deal with that mix and the ice coming into the city itself. But south has not been the case. We've had to deal with some of that freezing rain in places like Roanoke. But right now, snow and 20s force at this hour. We got a few folks that are kind of walking along there. And we've seen the plows going on by. So they're trying to get these streets clear here, probably hitting the main roads first. And then, of course, you start to get to the secondary spots.
I do love a walk in the snow.
Especially if you can catch it first, when no one else has touched it.
And it's so quiet. Yes. You just hear like the pitter patter of the snowflakes coming down.
Yeah.
Of course, if you are, trying to drive, it's a whole different story and a whole different feeling out there. We have snow coming down with Dayton, Wilmington, down towards Cincinnati, all dealing with snow still falling. We're at the sort of last stages of the storm, but we still got another couple hours to go.
Yeah, we've watched kind of that back edge come through Indy. Now we're going to see it come through parts of the Ohio Valley. Notice the temperatures not budging a whole lot, stuck in the 20s. So don't anticipate to see anything melting out there here as we head on through this afternoon. But we should be done with the snow by the time we get to, I'd say, dinner time.
They're done with the falling snow, but it's not going anywhere with that cold air. Right now in D.C. and in Baltimore and even back towards Frederick, Maryland, we still have some snow in the area. It's been lessening up a little bit. We'll get a break, but then everything you saw back in southern Ohio is coming our way.
Yeah, that's right. So that break is going to be short-lived. It starts to fill right back in here as we head through the afternoon hours, and that continues into our evening. So several more hours of having to deal with some of the snow, and then we'll see things dying off here. Basically, I say as you're heading to bed, we should start to see the snow stopping from falling.
And also here, too, no help from the temperatures. It's going to be cold. Pittsburgh, we're getting some light snow, too, and you can see that in the area from Franklin to Youngstown up towards Punxsutawney. We got some fresh snow coming down in Pittsburgh, south of town, really a new coating of snow.
So we'll watch moving through the rest of the day. Again, another spot that's going to stick with those 20s, so keeping it chilly here. And again, hanging on to that threat for some of the snow here for several more hours, even as we work our way through the rush hour time frame. Hopefully there's not a whole lot of folks having to head out there, but nonetheless, there is that risk for some snow. So if you're traveling, you saw some of the video and the footage earlier, slowing down is going to be key for us because there's going to be some slick spots.
Yes, indeed. Philadelphia, we've been getting some light snow already today. There is still more to come. So we're still in this first stage of everything, but it gets colder, and then the snow that comes in later on today will put another coating on top of what you're getting right now.
Yeah, and that coating, again, could be a slick one here. So, again, take it slow, take it easy through the rest of our afternoon hours there. A little bit of a break in the activity here, and then we'll see a little bit more trying to swing its way on in here later on this, let's say, late afternoon into the early part of our evening.
Yeah, it might throw another inch or so on the area. So it depends exactly where it tracks, and you can see maybe south of town gets a little bit more. But we do have kind of two stages left of the storm yet to go, what's happening now and then what's yet to come later on today.
Yeah, that's right, indeed. And then once it's all gone by, you hope for things to warm up a little bit, but yeah, it's staying cold out there, which becomes very problematic for those folks who are trying to get out here in the aftermath of all this, because it's not going to be melting very quickly out there. It's going to take some time out there for you, and we still have the power outages in place. So think about that. Power outages, cold, no heat.
These have been going up as well. If you've been following along here, now we're up to 164,000 customers in Mid-Atlantic and 98,000 in the South, totaling more than 365,000 customers. And I can only say that I think it's going to get worse before it gets better, just because of the challenges out there with trying to get power restored.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, you can stay prepared for some of the threats whenever they arrive with the TWC streaming app. Here you can find a super stream showing what is going on with the storm.
That will play uninterrupted, so you never have to turn away from live coverage here on the Weather Channel. Coverage you can trust is available however you choose.
I've travelled all over the country talking about saving with Geico. But that's the important bit, isn't it? Showing up, saying, hello, fancy a nice chat. And then we talk like two old friends about sticky buns and all the savings you could get by bundling your home and car insurance. But here's the real secret. Eye contact. Do you feel that? We just had a moment. Who'd have thought it?
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
Not gonna happen.
That's it. I'm calling Kohler about their walk-in bath.
My name is Ken. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm calling about Kohler's walk-in bath.
Excellent. Happy to help.
Huh?
Hold one moment, please. The Kohler walk-in bath features an extra wide opening and a low step-in at 3 inches, which is lower than other walk-in baths on the market. The bath fills and drains quickly, and the door ensures a watertight seal, so you never have to worry about leaks. Kohler's walk-in bath was designed with convenient handrails for added stability and safety. The wide ergonomic seat is tilted back for comfort and stability. It has a channel so water won't pool on it, and it positions you perfectly by the controls, while the heated backrest soothes your back, neck, and shoulders, warming up your body before, during, and after the bath. Kohler is an expert in bathing, so you can count on a deep soaking experience.
Honey, are you seeing this?
The Kohler walk-in bath comes with powerful, fully adjustable hydrotherapy jets and our exclusive bubble massage.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff.
Everything is installed in as little as a day by a Kohler certified installer. And it's made by Kohler, America's leading plumbing brand.
We need this bath.
Yes. Yes, you do.
Call 800-478-4458
to receive $1,000 off your Kohler walk-in bath and take advantage of no payments until 2026. Visit KohlerWalkinBath.com for more info.
Would you mind passing my book there?
Call 800-478-4458
to receive $1,000 off your Kohler walk-in bath and take advantage of no payments until 2026.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some taking Rinvoq felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events. Infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your dermatologist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Winter Storm Blair's calling card, snow, and a lot of it. We saw an 1,100-mile-long swath of 6 inches of snow or more.
And of course, drivers in Missouri told to just stay home today. Just don't risk getting out and getting stuck or in an accident.
This winter storm is not done yet. Now still dumping snow in the mid-Atlantic, Rehoboth Beach. One location here turned into a winter wonderland with snow right all the way to the coast. How about that?
Snow on the beach. So beautiful. Now, not as pretty though when you see that it's coming. We got bitter cold air. That is really bad news for those without power.
And how about another dose of snow and ice to end the week, which could reach much farther south? We're actually going to take a deep dive into what the models are saying and help you get prepared now.
It's a busy week. I mean, right out of the gate, 2025 throwing 2 winter storms at us. The first one, obviously, we're dealing with right now. The second one is still kind of TBD, but we got to get through this. It's not done.
We're not done with this one. You know, more than 1,100 crews are plowing roads in Ohio, for example, trying to get the upper hand. Now, federal offices are closed today in D.C., where there's still a snow emergency in effect.
And there is ice to boot, ice coating everything in sight here in Rustburg, Virginia. This is about 10 miles south of Lynchburg. Reports of 0.2 of an inch of ice accretion in spots. Look at that on the weather station out there. Oh, brother, that is tough for driving. And that much ice is really tough for power. Alex, that's why there's a lot of power outages.
Yeah, quite a bit out there for us, no doubt about it here. And again, this is why we always talk about ice being just the worst of all precipitation types. It's not just the fact that travel's become extremely difficult, but yeah, power outages can ensue. And then you get on top of that, the very cold air mass coming in behind it, and people need that power to help get the heat on, right? Well, here's what we've seen over the last 24 hours. The estimated snowfall totals here in the path of the storm from the Plain States through the Midwest, Ohio Valley, and into the Mid-Atlantic. And several areas here hit pretty hard. They're just outside of KC, Kansas City, St. Louis Metro, going over towards just east of Cincinnati. Several bullseyes here we've seen. Some double-digit totals getting a chance to add up. Still finding some snow right now. Columbus here at 26 and windy. Gusting up close to 30 miles per hour there. Over towards D.C., some light snow being reported, and we still have freezing rain in Richmond at this hour. We do have a number of areas still under winter storm warnings. Those will, of course, be basically dropping from west to east, but through the evening hours, maintaining some of these spots under the warnings. We'll watch here as we work through the afternoon. There's that area back across the Ohio Valley. That's what's going to be pushing off towards the east for the rest of the day. That's kind of our last little push of snow that we'll deal with here. Charleston, Elkins in West Virginia, eventually pushing towards D.C. Roanoke, that's the spot that is dealing with some of the freezing rain now. But you'll end as some snow as we get into this evening. And then everyone should be winding things down here as we get into the overnight period as the system pushes off the East Coast. But in the higher terrain with the mountains, we could maybe wring out another couple of inches there. That's the spot this week that we can see 3 to 5. Overall, though, 1 to 3 inches of additional snow is what is anticipated out there. All right, let's get you into D.C. for the rest of our afternoon. We've got, again, some snow showers kind of working around. We'll be watching that area of snow in the mid portions of the Ohio Valley. That is what swings in later this evening. Could have an impact here for us as we get into the rush hour time. Hopefully, there's not a whole lot of folks having to use the rush hour to deal with driving because we'll be dealing with that snow and then tapering off past the midnight hour, but cold with those temperatures in the 20s. Well, the storm has no doubt left us a slew of issues from the nation's heartland to its busiest corridors. Our team coverage starts with the Weather Channel's Jim Cantore in Kansas City.
After our 4th highest calendar day snowfall on record here in Kansas City with 11 inches, the roads are an absolute mess, including in the city. Check this out. The main thoroughfares have been plowed, but when you start getting off on some of the side roads, this is our drive that we took. All right, there's like one lane, and then when you start to turn on some of the streets that haven't been worked on yet, it is just like Burma Road. It's bumpy, really bumpy. And if you don't have a four-wheel drive, forget it. All right, we were pushing people out yesterday that didn't have four-wheel drive. People will be doing it again today just because of all the snow that is still left over. So they're asking that you give us another day to start cleaning some of this and getting it out of the way. But for right now, the city shut down, and many folks obviously are just kind of stuck at home doing either schoolwork or work because it's a work day back in on a Monday. We're looking ahead at another storm, possibly this time taking aim on the south, Dallas, Memphis, maybe even Atlanta. But for here, it's all about the deep freeze. Our chances of getting above freezing, by the way, maybe for an hour or two on Sunday. Welcome to winter. I'm meteorologist Jim Cantore in Kansas City.
Boy, is the snow coming down here on a Monday in Cincinnati, Ohio, where we are completely covered in white. A record-breaking storm already with a daily snowfall record set on Sunday at over 8.4 inches. That was taken at midnight last night, and since then we've been piling up the snow on our way to a top 10 two-day snowfall. We just have to get to 10.8 inches, and that would put us into the top 10 category. I think we're going to do that because of the rate at which the snow is falling. I'm going to step out of the way for a second. Look at the visibility this morning. morning, and even into the afternoon hours. We're anticipating the snow to continue for a good chunk of the day. Even when the snow subsides, we're going to have problems because temperatures stay below freezing for the entire rest of the week. In fact, the coldest air of the season is going to be moving in for Tuesday and Wednesday. We could be dealing with overnight lows near zero, especially with this kind of snowpack that we have on the ground. So trying to clean up these streets is going to be very difficult. It's a level 2 snow emergency for the city of Cincinnati, which means if you don't have to be out, please don't be out. We know the essential workers, people like nurses and law enforcement, they got to get to work. I know businesses that are needed have to get to work. A lot of people even opting for walking into the office if they're close by. That would be a wise bet, especially given the hilly nature of Cincinnati. Something we're going to be watching for as we await the Arctic air, which will push in. And we're not even done with the snow. While our next round of snow won't be until the end of the week, we're still anticipating accumulating snow with a developing southern winter storm, which is going to keep this winter train rolling here for the first half of January.
Snow continues to fall here in the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, during a very busy week. In fact, a busy several weeks with President Carter's funeral procession this week, a presidential inauguration coming up, and, of course, Winter Storm Blair throwing a wrench in the gears a little bit. Lots of security protocols involved in making sure these events stay safe, and that means those workers are still working, though officials are certainly asking people, if you can, stay at home. Listen.
Stay at home. Stay at home as much as possible and as late as possible. That will give our plows an opportunity to do the roads. Please help us in that endeavor. We started pre-treating as early as yesterday, and then when it got to be about 1.5 inches or 2 inches, about 2 o'clock this morning, we started pushing snow. I'm not saying that we're where we need to be, but we're coming along well.
It's important to remember schools are closed today. Most people, if you are working from home. They're asking people to stay home. Of course, a lot of people, whether you're a restaurant worker or a nurse or a doctor, a lot of people do have to go to work, and we understand that. But by and large, if you can stay home, do stay home. Looking at Pennsylvania Avenue here, you can see, aside from some security personnel and vehicles, it's pretty quiet on Pennsylvania Avenue, whereas typically during a Monday, especially the Monday after a long holiday break, this road would be filled with cars, bustling all up and down Pennsylvania Avenue. As you can see today, it is by and large pretty quiet. Let's hope it stays that way, and we'll have to see how much snow actually falls. And we have to go back to 2016 for the last more than 12 inches of snow that fell. 2022 is the last 6 inches or more of snow that fell. We've already gotten close to that 2022 number. Will we get close to a double-digit snowfall? Snow's not stopping until sometime tonight, probably right before midnight, so we have hours to go and a lot more snow to fall. In Washington, D.C., I'm Justin Michaels, the Weather Channel.
Yeah, Justin, thank you very much. We are watching the last bits of this winter storm move across parts of the Ohio Valley still and move into the mid-Atlantic. With a few inches left in its wake here, we think maybe as much as 3 to 5 across parts of West Virginia. If you live in D.C., maybe 1 to 3 left, depending on the last piece of it that is still yet to move on by, how much snow that can produce. I think 1 to 3 sounds about good in D.C., Baltimore, and of course, Philly, not really much any left at all. And so this is what we got on the map. And on this surface analysis, which includes the areas of snow and rain, we have a lot of it now exiting the coast. You can see that moving offshore. Atlantic City still reporting some snow. Cape May, New Jersey, areas in the eastern shore of Maryland, Delaware. But the second part that I'm watching is back in here near where the surface area of low pressure is. But there's also support aloft. There's a pretty vigorous, still a bit of an upper level circulation there. That is going to be moving that way. So let's say you live in D.C. or in Charleston, West Virginia. You might be thinking snow's done. It is not, because there's that last piece that is yet to move on by, and it could bring, as you saw on the map, a couple of inches of snow on the way. So some of the darker shades here in blue where the visibility is cut below a half-mile, southeastern Delaware heads up. Again, just south of that is most likely rain. We're even getting a little bit of light snow in Philly and New York. But then there's that break farther to the west, and then beyond that, There's where the upper level low is. You can almost see in front of your eyes that counterclockwise circulation there aloft with that snow moving eastbound, and is going to bring us the snow again to many locations that will catch a break during the afternoon hours. So here we go. You can see, well, the snow is going to be probably moving through parts of eastern Virginia and areas nearby, maybe another 1 to 3 inches possible. The visibilities here during perhaps the evening rush or the late evening rush will be cut to below a mile. Be careful of that. And then by very late tonight and early tomorrow morning, the storm will be offshore. And then that will be the end of this particular one before we have to start thinking about the next one, which moves across the south and then perhaps over the weekend makes another close call with the Northeast, but a lot of uncertainty, Jen, to unpack before then.
Indeed. And, you know, the cold is coming, and there's nothing that we can do about that. So it's going to create more scenes like this. Look at these fiery scenes across parts of Indiana. This is near Evansville, with power lines arcing as they snap. The cause of this is the heavy weight of the ice, the freezing rain that accumulated on those power lines. It's really heavy, and you see it obviously in the power lines here, but it's falling and it's sticking to tree branches. Tree branches are coming down on power lines as well. And this is unfortunately something that we are still actively dealing with. There's still freezing rain happening across parts of Virginia right now. We have power outages that continue to rise. The numbers continue to go up with how many customers are without power. We are now over 365,000 customers without power, especially in Virginia and in Kentucky, but also in West Virginia and in Illinois and in Missouri. And, you know, I won't say it's the sole reason, but freezing rain is a lot of the reason for these power outages. We've got also temperatures that are now down into the 20s in the areas that have the power out. You see that's outlined in the background. Those are the background base colors, but then you bring in temps in the 20s and it gets worse. Tomorrow morning, actual temperatures are going to be in the teens. And then we see tomorrow afternoon barely getting above freezing. No one's getting above freezing, with the exception of maybe down here into Roanoke. But otherwise, temperatures are staying in the 20s and 30s below freezing. If you are using a generator, make sure you use it safely. If the generator running, turn on appliances one at a time. Operate under a canopy-like structure with dry hands. Never, ever operate it inside or in your garage. Here, it's got to be away from your house. And turn off and cool before fueling, and of course, keeping kids and pets away from it as well. Tomorrow morning, we've got 194 million with a feels like below 20, 193 million on Wednesday, and then Thursday, still 163 million with a feels like out there below 20. The feels like is going to be brutal up here through the northern plains and upper Midwest, with feels like going sub-zero for most of you all the way down to Kansas City. And, you know, a big part of that feeling like that cold that far south is that we do have the big snowpack. That's going to take some time to go away thanks to these cold temperatures. The feels like in the north, we're going to have lots of spots feeling sub-zero there in northern New York State, in Vermont, Maine, Massachusetts, single digits feels like, teens feels like all the way into the deep south. Places like Atlanta, 18, Montgomery, 21. Look at New Orleans and Houston. It's going to feel like upper 20s or near 30 on Wednesday morning. And this cold might be setting the stage for the next system that we'll be tracking. We'll talk more about that a little bit later in the show.
Well, travel issues are mounting up even after the snow passed by some places. Wind that forced some drivers to pull over in Missouri, while the gusts, they slowed down those who chose to push through Kansas. At times in Kansas there, they just shut down the roads altogether. It was just near impossible to try to get through some of those areas. So yeah, it has been a nightmare here this weekend and now into this early part of the week trying to travel. What about the airports? Well, we'll start you off here in the Midwest, where most of the hubs are looking good. The exception, though, right now is they're in Chicago. For those who are in Kansas City, that's been reopened, so that's some good news there. But Chicago right now, thanks to, looks like a little band of snow coming in off Lake Michigan, kind of driving right on into northern portions of Illinois. That's led to us dealing with a ground delay, in effect, for 2 hours and 11 minutes. So all the flights trying to sneak their way into Chicago being held for 2 hours, plus because of that little band of snow there. Now, things look much, much better for tomorrow as we see most things quiet here across the Midwest. So not really expecting much airport impact here from the weather. But on the roadways, still covered in the snow. We've been kind of harping on how cold it is behind all the snow, which is not really going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So got to be mindful of that if you're traveling on Interstate 70, east and westbound, and all the hubs there that are north and to the south of that. Northeast, we've got snow continuing here. In fact, we've seen that creep up into places like Philly, New York City as well. JFK, you're dealing with some delay action for us right now. Ground delay program for about 46 minutes. Those flights trying to get to JFK are being held a bit because of some of the snow that continues at this hour. So keep that in mind. Check with the airlines before getting out to the airports.
New Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold or Flu Fizzy Chews. Chew, fizz. Feel better fast. No water needed. New Alka-Seltzer Plus Fizzy Chews.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging.
It started making some really weird noises.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
It's an exhaust leak.
Broken axle.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
I had a seat sensor that went out, $1,400. Endurance paid it.
We got a brand new transmission, and we never seen the repair bill.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman. They're a solid company.
If I didn't have Endurance, I would have paid over $7,000 out of pocket to repair my vehicle.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
One claim alone saved me more than $4,000.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Call 1-800-683-9346 for a free quote.
I'm Martha Stewart, and this is one of my new kittens. Of course, I want to give them the happiest, healthiest life possible, which is why I choose Pretty Litter. We love this litter because it's tough on odor and helps keep tabs on their health by changing color to show high, low, and typical pH levels. Pretty Litter is also low dust. And whether you're a new cat parent or a lifelong cat lover like me, this low-maintenance litter is the game changer. Try it today. Go to prettylitter.com.
Our floors don't stay clean very long. That's why I love my Swiffer Wet. I pop on a pad and get a mop-like clean floor in just one swipe. Wow. And for hair, try Swiffer Dry Cloths. The fluffy cloths pick up hair like a magnet. Swiffer, you'll love it, or your money back.
The Weather Channel TV app has you covered all winter season. No one covers winter like the Weather Channel TV app. Start your free trial and be prepared all season.
Grandpa and I used to work on this together. And when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Doesn't count. What you need is a will, something you can sign and make official. Start your will at trustandwill.com and make it count.
Waterline broke. Replacing could cost thousands. Not covered by homeowners insurance.
Honey, wake up. Here's Tom Rusin, CEO of HomeServe.
A plan from HomeServe pays for the covered repair cost for water lines, and we send a qualified contractor. The American dream of owning a home doesn't need to be a nightmare. Sleep well with HomeServe.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
Call 1-800-355-9794 or visit homeserve.com.
Introducing the all-new Milk RX, the better aging cream. 4 times more potent than retinol, with 0 irritation. Restore youthful glow with Milk RX.
Free TV starts with Local Now. With hundreds of free TV channels,
We've got some breaking news to get to.
These are the big cases that everyone is talking about.
local news in hundreds of cities,
Good evening. Thanks for joining us here on NBC6.
and thousands of movies and shows.
Hold them as long as you can.
It's time to do free differently. Local Now, free TV that starts in your city.
Wow, this is just part of the 1,100 miles of 6-inch snow reports that stretches from Kansas to southern Maryland.
Southern Illinois looks like a winter wonderland, doesn't it? And one man has covered several hundreds of miles to bring you images just like these. Storm Tracker Charles Peak joins our live team coverage now. And all right, Charles, you've seen so much on your travels. You've seen a lot of different precip types, too. Have you, I know you've seen freezing rain and obviously the snow. Have you run into anywhere where you just got sleet?
Yesterday, when I was a little further south, a little south of Marion, Illinois here, we did get some straight sleet for a little bit, but honestly, it was more freezing rain down in that area than anything. And at one point in time, Jen, I've never experienced this, where it was raining so hard, we literally had convection and had thunder and lightning going on, and I had my windshield wipers going full speed. I've never had that in a winter storm before. Obviously, in severe weather I do, but to have that, and it was just a first for me, but that's caused a lot of problems here in southern Illinois with a lot of power outages that they're dealing with today.
Yeah, I can imagine that being a big problem. And of course, trying to get out on those roadways, Charles, you've been kind of navigating out and about. How are the roads holding up at this time? And how are the crews looking in terms of trying to get those roads better prepared for people to get out and travel?
Yeah, Alex, behind me here in the area, you've got Interstate 57, I-57, and I-64 is right behind me. They combine here, and then just a little north of me here in Mount Vernon, they separate back off. But you can see there, I've seen several plows going down through there, and the truck traffic and the traffic through there are going well. Broadway here in Mount Vernon, though, they've got it at slushy. They've been working on it as well. But if you get off of any of the main roads, they're completely snow-packed, ice, and it's just a combination. It's still real treacherous. You've got a lot of cars getting stuck, especially where they've plowed some of it, and then when they try to go in there, they're high centering. I was talking to Chief Brands here with the Mount Vernon Police Department, and he said yesterday he was honestly a little surprised. There wasn't as much. He said people heeded the warning, well-advertised storm, and so they stayed off the roads for the most part, had some problems on the interstate, but he's worried about today that people are getting out and trying to before the city crews have really had time to get the roads clear, so he's worried we'll have more accidents today.
I'm assuming schools are out today. What about businesses? Are a lot of them open? Can you tell?
Most of them are closed here, Jen. I was talking to a gentleman that does a lot of the businesses, salting the parking lots and stuff for them and clearing them, and he said most things are still closed. Obviously, you've got a few of the restaurants, gas stations that are open, but for the most part, things are shut down here.
And so, Charles, what's your plan as we work through the rest of the day? Are you staying put, or can you really even get around a whole lot?
I'm going to stay put here for another hour or so. Then when I finish up with these live shots for us, I'm going to start working my way west, try to go home and get some clothes clean before I move a little further south for this next system.
Yes, the life and planning there of our Storm Tracker, Charles Peak. Thank you so much. Here again, be safe out there today. You know, even just being out on the side of the road, vehicles lose control. We see it all the time. So making sure everyone is safe out there. Louisville, look what happened here.
Yes, yeah, indeed. Now, this is time lapse, but we do know it was coming down at a pretty good clip here yesterday morning there in Louisville. We were talking some of the snowfall rates that got up to 2 inches per hour. So it was really coming down pretty heavily and steadily across sections of the Bluegrass State. And the time-lapse video just kind of speeding that up just a little bit more.
Well, this is what 4 hours in Louisville looks like when you shrink it down to less than 40 seconds. And I think it tells you how much work you're going to do out there today to shovel out your front steps, your sidewalk right here, your driveway, get your car cleaned out.
Yeah.
Got some work.
No doubt. And that was the spot that had to deal with the snow, then the ice, and then the snow on top of that.
The ice sandwich, as we heard someone call it, which is about what you got.
All right, well, here's the sort of radar recap going back to Saturday during the afternoon as the winter precip really started to get going there in the middle of the country and then tracked its way east. Look at all of these reports.
I mean, it stretches throughout this whole zone. Some big totals coming in around Kansas City. And look, Alex, we were talking about this on Friday. To get this much snow in the area does not happen very often. So, we didn't have a lot of confidence in this,
right. But it managed
to,
kind of verify there. I mean, 18 inches in Chapman, Topeka, 14.5, and you reached blizzard criteria.
Yeah, boy, what a day.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
I need help with their snoring.
Sleep Number does that.
Thank you.
It's our lowest price of the season on our most popular smart bed. Save $1,000 plus free home delivery with an adjustable base. Shop now.
At Humana, we believe your health care should evolve with you. And part of that evolution means choosing the right Medicare plan for you. Humana can help. Hi, my name is Sam Davis, and I'm going to tell you about Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans that can provide more coverage than original Medicare, including prescription drug coverage, all wrapped up into one convenient plan. These are affordable all-in-one plans that cover Medicare Parts A, B, and D. They help pay for hospital stays and emergency care, doctor visits, and they also include prescription drug coverage. With Original Medicare, you're covered for hospital stays and doctor office visits, but you have to meet a deductible for each, and then you're still responsible for 20% of the cost. Next, let's look at Medicare supplement plans. If a service is covered under Original Medicare, then a Medicare supplement plan pays for some or all of your Medicare deductibles and the 20% coinsurance, but they may have higher monthly premiums and no prescription drug coverage. Humana Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans are different. Instead of having to add a separate Part D drug plan, these all-in-one plans include the same things as Original Medicare, plus prescription drug coverage, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. Most plans include $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, vision coverage that includes vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, even hearing benefits that include routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. You can get $0 copays for in-network preventive services like annual wellness visits, mammograms, and prostate exams, and a $0 copay for routine vaccines. And there's worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. Plus, Humana also offers Medicare Advantage plans. Plans have $0 or low monthly plan premiums, and there's a cap on your out-of-pocket costs. Call the number on your screen for this free fact-filled decision guide.
If you want the facts about Medicare, call right now for the free decision guide from Humana. With a Humana Medicare Advantage prescription drug plan, your prescription drug coverage is already built in, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. You're covered when you go to the doctor, a specialist, or the hospital. You get worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. You're covered for preventive services like annual wellness visits, mammograms, and prostate exams. There's a $0 copay for routine vaccines and telehealth visits. And most plans include dental, vision, even hearing coverage.
So call or go online today to see if there's a Humana plan in your area and to get our free decision guide. Licensed Humana sales agents are standing by, so call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Something magical happens when you unbox BritBox. It begins with an invitation to experience something new.
I'm home.
And leads to a remarkable discovery.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
Each story is waiting to surprise you in ways you never saw coming.
You have got to be kidding me.
And reveal what perhaps you were looking for all along.
What are we waiting for?
Unbox BritBox and stream the best of British TV. Start your free trial at BritBox.com.
New Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold or Flu Fizzy Chews. Chew, fizz, feel better fast. No water needed. New Alka-Seltzer Plus Fizzy Chews.
Mountains of snow, they are piling up, even in places that don't have mountains. Hilliard, Ohio. This is outside of Columbus. And they certainly got hammered here with those mounds that covered sidewalks for as far as the eye can see.
Oh, the big piles makes it so hard to see. Like, this obviously is not a place I don't think people are parking. Hard to tell if they're driving off in the parking lots. Maybe they are, actually. But, you know, when you're trying to get in or out of a parking lot and you can't see around those big piles.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah.
Something to watch out for here in some of these areas where they've had to kind of plow some of these parking lots and the roads here. It can get tough to see around them, no doubt.
So this was mainly Missouri Valley to Mid-Atlantic kind of storm. Because New York City, while you're getting a little bit of snow out there, you're not getting the big deal.
No, not at all. But enough to maybe make a few spots a little slick. So keep that in mind as the temperatures are pretty chilly there in the 20s. So with some of this little bit of snow, there could be some spots. So just slow it down if you are heading out here in and around NYC.
I mean, you can see snow cover down to the streets down there.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. So watch out there. And of course, we work our way a bit, bless you, a bit farther to the south. How about Clayton, Delaware? We got some pretty decent snow showing up here.
Look at that. And that sky, boy, that has that winter look to it, doesn't it? The snow is obviously still falling. Looks like you got one person out there with one snowball giving it a try.
Didn't look too successful.
Yeah.
But yeah, my goodness. Yeah, it's been widespread from the Midwest all the way to the East Coast here, having to deal with some of this wintry weather.
Well, we did hear from Justin Michaels earlier that the snow wasn't optimal for making snowballs. Wait, you got someone on a four-wheeler?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, look at that. A little sledding.
Oh, wow.
Or inner tube, I guess.
Oh, so they're waiting for the backup. Yeah. They're waiting for the trade-off.
You got to have fun in it, right?
Yes. I want to be out there.
Oh, good times. We could watch this all day.
I mean, this is a great time. Before, of course, cars are back out again, so you just kind of
Exactly.
You have free roam.
Yeah, exactly. If you're going to do it, this is the time to do it, no doubt.
Oh, that looks so fun.
See, Jen, see, you're waiting for, see? Wouldn't we love to get a little bit here?
Well, yes. No, Alex, you know I like snow. I think it's really hard to get snow in the South, and which we will talk about in about 10 minutes. Let's look at where we are right now with Winter Storm Blair and the very latest that we know and some of the impacts. Missouri's DOT is advising against travel still today.
And on top of a number of schools being closed from Ohio to D.C., the Port of Baltimore has shut down. But some good news, the Kansas City airport has reopened.
Although there is a lot of cancellations I saw between Kansas City, St. Louis, some in Cincinnati, Baltimore, both D.C. airports. There's about 1,700 or 1,800 flights canceled today.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That is a lot. Oof, that's the bad side. We all like to play in the snow, but then the other flip side is the issues that we can face when it comes to travels. But look at the footprint here over the last 4 hours, stretching from the plains and into the mid-Atlantic. Pretty widespread when it comes to the snow, and some bullseyes there showing up too.
And interestingly, in some big cities. I mean, Topeka ended up with a lot of snow. Kansas City, St. Louis, Cincinnati, another one. Louisville, another one as well. And now the D.C. area. We'll see what we end up with.
Yeah, because we still have more to come. We're going to start to get a bit of a break here in D.C., Baltimore, as this area pushes to the east. But this zone has yet to work its way eastbound right now. That's impacting us in places like Columbus. Some snow there and gusty winds close to 30 miles per hour.
We do still have a couple snowflakes flying around Nashville. Don't expect to get much accumulation, but if you want to see the flakes, you can go outside right now and do that.
Winter storm warnings still along the path here as we work through the afternoon. We'll watch how this continues to push east. Most of West Virginia getting on more snow, and some of these areas like Roanoke that have gone to deal with some freezing rain. I think we'll end it off with dealing with some snow heading into this evening.
Same thing in Richmond. And so, be careful out there because know that once you get snow, which normally has a little bit of traction, underneath it is a glaze of ice, which does not have traction.
About 1 to 3 inches, generally.
Yeah.
Maybe some of the higher terrain in West Virginia sees a little bit more than that.
All right. How cold is the cold? How long does it last, Greg?
Well, a little while. We have highs today that are well below average across parts of the Northeast and in the middle of the country where we have a snowpack laid down behind our storm with a high temperature today expected only 19 degrees in Kansas City. We'll see if it even gets that warm. But very cold air is in place today, and the jet stream is kind of in this weird shape, right? You watch the high altitude winds and they go way up like that, and then they come around like that in weird ways. And so overall, we're looking at a position of the jet stream, which is going to continue to funnel some cold air into certainly the Northeast. But, you know, remember, this is a jet stream, and it leaves a wake of cold air underneath it at the surface that extends farther to the back like that. So by the time we get to Thursday, here are the high temperatures for us in the 30s in Texas, way below average, with some winter weather here as well. We're talking about that coming up after the break.
Did you know that Geico's whole 15 minutes thing, that came from me? Really? My first idea was, in 1/4 of an hour, your savings will tower. Over you, figuratively speaking. But that's not catchy, is it? That's not going to swim about in your brain. So I thought, what about 15 minutes, 15%? Serendipity.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Parmesan with no limits. Just how you like it. Waking up next to you with no alarm clocks. Just how I like it. Our morning espressos look a little different on Virgin Voyages. 17 years with you. You still laugh at my stories, even though I know they're not that funny. I'm still a 3 olive martini guy like I am back home. But here, I can be truly present with you. You'll read this when we're back home, but this will be with us forever. I'm so glad we're here.
In 2024, the IRS flagged nearly 2 million tax returns for possible identity fraud.
Someone stole my Social Security number and filed a tax return in my name, and I'm a CPA.
Your tax forms have all the personal information needed to commit identity theft, and you're not the only one with a copy, which makes you vulnerable. Only LifeLock alerts you to the widest volume of threats others could miss. And if your identity is stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it, guaranteed. Enroll now.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan cannon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Here you go.
Is there any way to get a better price on this?
Have you checked Single Care?
Before I pick up my prescription, I always check the Single Care price.
It's quick, easy, and totally free to use.
Single Care can literally beat my insurance copay.
Go to singlecare.com and start saving today.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers to your phone and watch, so you can always see where you're heading without finger sticks. Dexcom G7 is the most accurate CGM, so you can manage your diabetes with confidence.
You don't hurt because you're old. You hurt because your mattress stinks, which makes our job a lot easier.
Sleeping on Purple improves your energy by 20%, which is awful.
For us, it's very good news for you.
Do not go to purple.com.
Do not visit a Purple store.
I was drowning in debt.
I didn't even know how I was going to buy food for my kids.
I had over $36,000 in debt. If I would have just made the minimum payments, it would have taken me 59 years to pay off. I knew I wasn't going to be able to get out of debt myself.
I picked up the phone and called National Debt Relief. They were my savior.
Whether it's credit card, medical, or personal loan debt, National Debt Relief negotiates with your creditors to reduce the amount you owe.
National Debt Relief was able to reduce my debt by over $21,000.
From the minute I made the call to National Debt Relief, I felt immediate relief. They had a plan for me.
They treated me like a real person, not a number.
It really was a team working with me.
National Debt Relief negotiated with all of my creditors and reduced the amount that I owe. And I'm now debt-free.
If you owe more than $10,000, call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how you can become debt-free.
Hershey's milk chocolate with whole almonds. It's pretty much the tastiest balancing act of all time. Oh, look at them, together in perfect harmony.
It's not just the snow creating problems from the nation's heartland to the Appalachian Mountains. This was the scene in southern Missouri as a glaze of ice coated trees and roadways.
Now, you know, scenes like these have not had a tough time crossing the Mississippi River, but many drivers sure have. Our storm tracker Charles Peak joins us now from southern Illinois. And Charles, give us a sense of what the conditions are like now for people who may be thinking about venturing out at this hour.
Well, Alex, it's still pretty tough out here, especially on the side roads. They're still, if you look behind me, here's a road, and it's solid ice and solid snow. It's just an ice pack. The interstates have been cleared for the most part, still slushy. I've seen quite a few the plow trucks still working that. Broadway here in Mount Vernon is slushy. They've been working it, but you get off of those on the side streets, and it's pretty solid. You know, it's interesting, Alex. I was looking while I was in between breaks here, and this is Mount Vernon, named after George Washington's plantation in Washington, D.C., over in that area of Virginia. Normally there's not a connection here, but with this kind of snowfall that we've had in this one, it connects these areas all the way across. I think I just heard Jen mention that 1,100 miles of 6+ inches across the country, and we're just in part of it right here in Mount Vernon, Illinois.
Isn't that something? Yeah, that connection most certainly, Charles.
Yeah.
What has surprised you the most out there on your travels today?
You know, honestly, in a lot of cases, I would expect to see more accidents. And I was talking to the police chief here, and Chief Brands in Mount Vernon, and he was even talking yesterday that he was surprised that there wasn't many accidents out. People heeded the warnings. It makes you feel good that we've advertised this and encouraged people to stay off the roads, and they've actually heeded that warning. Obviously, it was a Sunday, so that makes a difference. But he was a little concerned that today, being Monday, people are getting out and about. And so he's afraid there's going to be a few more accidents. But it's just, if you give the people time, the city crews are out working. I've seen them all over the place. But, they'll hit the main thoroughfares, and then they'll get to those secondary streets. Just give them a little time to work, because this is a tough one when you had this mixture of snow, sleet, freezing rain, snow again. And, it makes it really tough. And the bitterly cold temperatures we have is frozen solid. So even if you pull the snow off the top of it, it looks like a winter wonderland, but right below it you've got a sheet of ice, and so it's tough conditions. It's going to take them a little while to get the roads clear.
Yeah, it's one of the worst combos. Charles Peak, thank you so much. Be safe out there. We'll be checking back in with him. Want to take you into Nashville right now. Look closely. You might see the occasional snowflake. Oh boy, I do.
Yeah.
You see, oh yeah, look at that.
Look at the bricks, and you'll see them fly by.
6 or 7.
6 or 7.
No, it's. I would say it's light snow, right?
More
flurries.
Flurries, yeah. Let's go flurries. But either way, that's still, still kind of cool, right? I'd take that here in Atlanta.
But that's the ideal kind of southern snow to get. It doesn't stick. You get the feeling, right?
The bread and the milk is safe.
But it's 28 in Nashville.
It is cold.
Yeah.
That's like 20 degrees below average, at least.
And the thing is, for so many cities, you had your temperatures and morning highs. So it was you already hit your warmest part of the day. And so while today's high was 44 in Atlanta, for example, that's gone.
Actually, the high, we were in the 50s earlier today.
Right.
This is the forecast high for the afternoon hours.
But I don't think I think we've seen, that's not right now.
I think it's in the past.
Going down, right, yeah.
That's a really good point, because people who maybe headed to work this morning are saying, or going to come back from work, like, wait a minute, what just happened?
Yeah.
Big drop in temperature.
Yes. So then let's fast forward to midweek, when we could be dealing with the southern snowstorm and cold temperatures.
Oklahoma, Texas, the Red River Valley of the South, heads up. It does indeed look like wintry precip is on the way. We'll sort out all the uncertainty with it. There's a lot, because it's so delicate. Here in the South, small changes give you totally different outcomes.
Yes.
One thing we certainly are noticing is the track much farther south with this one compared to what we've just dealt with Blair.
So the forecast challenge will be, where is the cold air at all levels of the atmosphere? Where is it at the surface, but what's happening aloft as well? And that matters when it comes to freezing rain versus snow.
Yes, if you lived in Arkansas, you're probably pretty good, at least in the solidly most likely camp of snow, and then moving into Tennessee and other areas nearby. The question is, right along that transition between the snow and the rain, that's the most dangerous part of all, with the icing potential. And that does include parts of the South, even in Georgia, maybe.
And look, the snow could actually be on the bigger side. You know, we do occasionally, every couple of years, get snow down into northern Texas. But to get this much snow, this puts it into more elite territory.
Yeah, and some agreement in terms of a swath of some pretty heavy snow for northeast Texas sliding across parts of Arkansas.
Yeah, I mean, that would, if you had, let's see, what is it, more than 3 inches of snow, the last time we saw that was in 2021. So we could double that.
It's amazing how little snow and, well, ice, of course, but how little snow really cripples the South.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I was watching the video in Kansas City with the 6, 10, 12 inches of snow. People are driving around, no big deal. You put that in the South, forget it. It's totally different.
Well, you put this anywhere.
Yeah.
The ice.
Ice is different.
And,
I'm talking about snow.
But in the South, though, too.
Yeah.
And so we've got that in the forecast.
Yeah.
Consumer Cellular is lowering the price for those 50 and up. Get 2 unlimited lines for $30 each. That's just $60 a month. So switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage satisfaction. Now new customers get your second month free when you switch.
If you have generalized myasthenia gravis, picture what life could look like with Vyvgart Hytrulo, a subcutaneous injection that takes about 30 to 90 seconds. For one thing, could it mean more time for you? Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness with a treatment plan that's personalized to you. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you have a serious allergy to any of its ingredients. It can cause serious allergic reactions like trouble breathing and decrease in blood pressure, leading to fainting and allergic reactions such as rashes, swelling under the skin, shortness of breath, and hives. The most common side effects are respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions. It may increase the risk of infusion-related reactions and infection. Tell your doctor if you have a history of infections or symptoms of an infection. Talk to your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for GMG and picture your life in motion.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-847-5519.
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the big game is days away, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Grainger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always win the day. And her team will do the same. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
$1,400. Endurance paid it. Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
Winter hits hard, but we hit right back with coverage as relentless as the condition.
We got ourselves quite a sleet storm here.
It's a cold, hard fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
Certainly going to be one for the record books.
It's why America doesn't trust winter coverage to anyone else.
Whoa, what was that?
Got it.
We got it. That's it. Oh my God, we just had it. We just had thunder snow here in Kansas City, Missouri. I can't even stand and get my grip.
Could this be a historic storm in Kansas City? Absolutely.
I believe you all have been describing it as an ice sandwich. It could be described as a perfect storm.
It's a good way to put it.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, this is what it looks like here at the White House today. A pretty thick coating there on the lawn there. They're, of course, clearing out some of the sidewalks and to try to make it as safe as possible there across not just the White House, but across our nation's capital altogether.
Yeah, certainly preparing for the events on Thursday for President Jimmy Carter's funeral. And you know what? I mean, look, we have a couple days between now and then, but temperatures are not really going to warm up that much. So you got to work on the snow and the ice right now.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Because this could be with us for quite some time. Another spot that's getting in on some of the snow. How about New York? The flakes are coming down. In fact, we've seen the intensity pick up a little bit here over the last hour or so. I was trying to stick a bit out there for us. Was the National Weather Service office expecting maybe a little bit over a half an inch?
0.7.
To be exact.
Which is very specific. But so, you know, between a half inch and an inch. We're not talking about a big snow here in New York City, but even a little coating can be slippery. So be careful as you step off those sidewalks.
Absolutely. Particularly you talk about these temperatures hanging out in the 20s there. So just take it slow, not just NYC, but down to places like Philly and, of course, D.C. as well. All right, let's talk about what we can anticipate as we move our way through the rest of the day. And we still have a bit of a time to go in terms of our snowfall. We've got the radar picture showing you what's going on in and across New York City, Long Island as well. The snow rolling across.
I mean, look, this is legit snow. You saw it in the tower cam there, and it's covering the whole area. So throughout much of Jersey and, of course, New York City, the whole tri-state, Long Island, we're dealing with some light snow falling. It's not the heaviest, but it's enough to put a coating.
Yeah, my sister in northern Jersey sent me a photo of the pictures there of the snow. And decent little coating already there in northern Jersey. So that's what we'll find ourselves dealing with here. This is what we've seen so far. Most of the snow estimated of the west of the city, but we'll see a coating again off to the east.
All right, so we're watching that, and in the forecast, in terms of your temperatures, you're not going up from here. In fact, temperatures are pretty much stabilized where we are right now, about 30 degrees. Maybe we get to 32, but pretty quickly dropping into the 20s tonight.
It's going to be breezy, though. Watch those winds pick up through the overnight hours. 25, maybe 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts. They show up there.
All right, let's go back into the Cincinnati area where we saw some totals coming in over 9 inches. You can see that at White Oak East. Williamsburg here, that's in northern Kentucky, picking up more than 8 inches of snow. Pretty widespread across this area.
This was a good coating of snow that we had to deal with, and still snowing.
It's still snowing.
We still got it coming through.
I mean, here's the back edge. You can see it up towards Oxford and Dayton in Ohio, but it's still, you know, I would say an hour or two away from finishing in Cincinnati.
Yeah, so there you go. More to come there for you there in Cincy. Again, maybe another hour or so, as Jen mentioned. And then we're done with the snow, but look at those temperatures dipping down into the teens for the overnight into tomorrow morning.
Yeah, so no hope or help from Mother Nature coming in. All right, going to D.C. and Baltimore, some of the totals coming in here are pretty significant as well. You can see more than 4 or 5 inches of snow, which, you know, that's big snow for us in the area. We don't get this every year.
Yeah, no doubt. So absolutely, and we still have some snow that is out there right now. Now we're going to get a bit of a break in the activity, but we're going to see that next batch of snow, the same batch that's there impacting us there in parts of Ohio still. That will eventually come across the rest of the Mid-Atlantic. So another few hours this afternoon and evening with snow in D.C.
And temperatures will be in the upper 20s. The wind chill is going to probably make it feel at least 10 degrees colder than that. You can see our winds gusting 30, 35, even 40 miles per hour through the day today.
Ooh, my, yeah, rough times there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, up into Pennsylvania, we've seen some of the snow here, a little bit more south of Pittsburgh, but Pittsburgh itself, not an inch of snowfall.
Yeah, and then down to the Laurel Highlands, more than 5 or 6 inches of snow, where it's also snowing right now. Here's the latest radar. You can see in the Pittsburgh area, we're sort of on the edge of some of that steadier snow. But if you're south of town, you're probably doing a little shoveling.
All right, Pittsburgh. So maybe another quick burst of snow as we get into the afternoon. And then the rest of the evening, it's going to be cloudy, chilly, and windy.
And cold.
Mira Joy, the overwhelming relief after Miralax helps you go. Miralax works naturally with the water in your body, putting you in a supernaturally good mood. Miralax, free your gut to free your mood.
Swiffer Sweeper Dry traps 2 times more dust and hair for a clean even mom approves of.
Nice reach.
Brooms can just push stuff around, but Swiffer grabs dirt and even traps the hair. Swiffer, the mother of all cleans. Love it or your money back.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging.
It started making some really weird noises.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transmission?
It's an exhaust leak.
Broken axle.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
I had a seat sensor that went out, $1,400. Endurance paid it.
We got a brand new transmission, and we never seen the repair bill.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman. They're a solid company.
If I didn't have Endurance, I would have paid over $7,000 out of pocket to repair my vehicle.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
One claim alone saved me more than $4,000.
I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee, but you have to act now.
Call 1-800-683-9346 for a free quote.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new, clinically proven Legzercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
After using Legzercise for a week, I felt like I wanted to go for a walk again without pain like I used to.
Legzercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The tingling feeling is gone.
Call right now and order your very own Legzercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call now.
Winter Storm Blair's calling card. Boy, is it snow, and a lot of it. We saw an 1,100-mile swath of 6 inches of snow or more.
Wow, and drivers in Missouri told to just stay home today. Don't risk getting out and getting stuck or potentially even in an accident.
That's right. This winter storm is not done yet. Now still snowing across parts of the mid-Atlantic. Rehoboth Beach, for example, was turned into a winter wonderland. You know, what's sand and what's snow, right? It's out there.
It's all snow.
On the beaches.
Yes.
I love it.
Snow on the beach is so unique. I mean, it's not, though. It happens all the time, but just fun to see. Of course, not fun if you need to travel in it. And we do have some really cold air behind Winter Storm Blair, and that's bad news for folks without power.
And how about another dose of snow and ice to end the week, which could reach maybe a bit farther to the south. Yeah, we did say the south. And we're going to take a deep dive into what the models are saying and help you get prepared now.
Yep, that's right. You know, right now, more than 1,100 crews are still dealing with the current situation in Ohio, trying to get the upper hand. Now, in D.C., federal offices are closed today where there is a snow emergency in effect. So you can look at the tower cams here. Cincinnati, D.C., still snowing in some places, and D.C. has more to come today later on.
Right, D.C., you're kind of in a lull or break, but it's coming your way. And we do have a lot of areas with ice coating everything in sight in Rustburg, Virginia. This is about 10 miles to the south of Lynchburg, and reports of 0.2 of an inch of ice accretion in spots. You can see it coating the deck, the grill, but maybe more importantly, it's coating trees that have come down on power lines and coating power lines themselves, which have come down. So it's caused a mess out there, Alex. And this ice is probably, I think, the main cause of a lot of our power outages.
Yeah, no doubt. When you see that ice start to add up, the tree limbs start to break, they come down onto power lines. It is just really the main cause of all that activity, which is why we always talk about ice being the worst when it comes to wintry precip, because we also have to deal with the travel issues it brings, plus the power outages too. Well, we've also seen the snow from our winter storm, and here's the estimated snowfall totals here over the past 24 hours from Kansas all the way across the Ohio River Valley and into sections of the Mid-Atlantic, all the way towards the coast. We were showing you some of the beach photos there, Rehoboth Beach, where we've gotten some of the snow adding up there. Well, I mean, some of these spots, double digits of snowfall that we've gotten a chance to see. Now, we still have snow adding up here. Kind of the back edge, though, is starting to clear. I'd say southeastern Indiana, still seeing a little bit of light snow showing up there. Columbus here, we basically are going to be seeing that winding down over the next half an hour to an hour, and then we'll watch that batch eventually push towards the east. Still some light snow there in D.C., while Richmond, freezing rain for you right now. But as this batch of snow back in the Ohio River comes east, I think Richmond, you'll go over to seeing some snow. So ending off is some snow there. In fact, let's take you through it through the afternoon. Charleston into West Virginia, you'll hang on to the threat for some snow, filling in a little bit more there. Moving into western Maryland, D.C., Baltimore, back to some of that snow. And then back here into Virginia, including us there in the Richmond area. You've got some snow to deal with here once we get into later tonight. Snowfall amounts, at least in terms of what's on top of what we've already dealt with here, I'd say generally 1 to 3 inches of snow. Could see a little bit more into some of the higher terrain there in the West Virginia, maybe 3+ inches showing up, but generally 1 to 3 inches of additional snowfall for us. In D.C., it's the next couple of hours through the afternoon and early evening, hanging on to that threat for the snow. A bit breezy, too. Some of those winds gusting 15, 20, maybe 25 miles per hour. Now, once the snow tapers off later this evening, tonight, still looking for the wind. In fact, those winds may crank up a little more, maybe 35 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts during the overnight hours into the morning. But we at least wake up to some sunshine, although it is going to stay cold. So all the wintry precip that falls, hey, it's sticking around out there. Now, this storm has left a slew of issues from the nation's heartland to some of its busiest corridors. Our team coverage starts with the Weather Channel's Jim Cantori in Kansas City.
After our fourth highest calendar day snowfall on record here in Kansas City with 11 inches, the roads are an absolute mess, including in the city. Check this out. The main thoroughfares have been plowed, but when you start getting off on some of the side roads, this is our drive that we took. All right, there's like one lane, and then when you start to turn on some of the streets that haven't been worked on yet, it is just like Burma Road. It's bumpy, really bumpy. And if you don't have a four-wheel drive, forget it. All right, we were pushing people out yesterday that didn't have four-wheel drive. People will be doing it again today just because of all the snow that is still left over. So they're asking that you give us another day to start cleaning some of this and getting it out of the way. But for right now, the city shut down, and many folks obviously are just kind of stuck at home doing either schoolwork or work because it's a work day back in on Monday. We're looking ahead at another storm, possibly this time taking aim on the south, Dallas, Memphis, maybe even Atlanta. But for here, it's all about the deep freeze. Our chances of getting above freezing, by the way, maybe for an hour or two on Sunday. Welcome to winter. I'm meteorologist Jim Cantori in Kansas City.
Boy, is the snow coming down here on a Monday in Cincinnati, Ohio, where we are completely covered in white. A record-breaking storm already with a daily snowfall record set on Sunday at over 8.4 inches. That was taken at midnight last night, and since then we've been piling up the snow on our way to a top 10 two-day snowfall. We just have to get to 10.8 inches, and that would put us into the top 10 category. I think we're going to do that because of the rate at which the snow is falling. I'm going to step out of the way for a second. Look at the visibility this morning. morning, and even into the afternoon hours. We're anticipating the snow to continue for a good chunk of the day. Even when the snow subsides, we're going to have problems because temperatures stay below freezing for the entire rest of the week. In fact, the coldest air of the season is going to be moving in for Tuesday and Wednesday. We could be dealing with overnight lows near zero, especially with this kind of snowpack that we have on the ground. So trying to clean up these streets is going to be very difficult. It's a level 2 snow emergency for the city of Cincinnati, which means if you don't have to be out, please don't be out. We know the essential workers, people like nurses and law enforcement, they got to get to work. I know businesses that are needed have to get to work. A lot of people even opting for walking into the office if they're close by. That would be a wise bet, especially given the hilly nature of Cincinnati. Something we're going to be watching for as we await the Arctic air, which will push in. And we're not even done with the snow. While our next round of snow won't be until the end of the week, we're still anticipating accumulating snow with a developing southern winter storm, which is going to keep this winter train rolling here for the first half of January.
Snow continues to fall here in the District of Columbia, Washington, D.C., our nation's capital, during a very busy week. In fact, a busy several weeks with President Carter's funeral procession this week, a presidential inauguration coming up, and, of course, Winter Storm Blair throwing a wrench in the gears a little bit. Lots of security protocols involved in making sure these events stay safe, and that means those workers are still working, though officials are certainly asking people, if you can, stay at home. Listen.
Stay at home. Stay at home as much as possible and as late as possible. That will give our plows an opportunity to do the roads. Please help us in that endeavor. Well, we started pre-treating as early as yesterday, and then when it got to be about 1.5 inches or 2 inches, about 2 o'clock this morning, we started pushing snow. I'm not saying that we're where we need to be, but we're coming along well.
It's important to remember schools are closed today. Most people, if you are working from home. They're asking people to stay home. Of course, a lot of people, whether you're a restaurant worker or a nurse or a doctor, a lot of people do have to go to work, and we understand that. But by and large, if you can stay home, do stay home. Looking at Pennsylvania Avenue here, you can see, aside from some security personnel and vehicles, it's pretty quiet on Pennsylvania Avenue, whereas typically during a Monday, especially the Monday after a long holiday break, this road would be filled with cars, bustling all up and down Pennsylvania Avenue. As you can see today, it is by and large pretty quiet. Let's hope it stays that way, and we'll have to see how much snow actually falls. And we have to go back to 2016 for the last more than 12 inches of snow.
You dream, you plan, you work. Every hour, every day, every night. All business is personal.
And of course, we're telling you not to get out and about. If you absolutely have to, though, it is imperative that you check your road conditions. And we have Jeffrey Bullard in the studio taking a look at those for you. Jeffrey.
Hey, Carly. Yeah, you definitely want to pay attention to the roads today. I do come with an updated look at the roadways. We're talking 3 major roadways in the heartland. I-55, it still remains to be covered. That's from Fruitland to St. Louis going north. We have partly covered conditions from Goreville to Mount Vernon on I-57. I-24, this is the good news here. It's looking mostly clear from Goreville to Paducah. There was some buildup on there earlier, but not nearly as bad as 55 or 57. Let's go and take a look at road conditions across Missouri. This is MoDOT's map that we've been looking at really all morning. You see different colors here. You see purple, you see blue, you see green. The green is what we want to see. The green means that there are better speeds happening. The purple and the blue means that there are some type of accumulation on the road. Purple, which is going to be most of those routes, backways, those are going to be covered in snow. You want to avoid those. Let's say things now to I-55 in Cape Girardeau if we can. This is by the Drury Hotel. This is also by the big Walmart. Earlier today, we could see a lot of accumulation on the roadways here. Crews have been really working hard all day, putting all of their crews out there, making sure the job is done. They've done a great job. It looks a lot better than what it did earlier today if you have to go out and about. Let's go and take a live look now at Dexter. Well, this was supposed to be Dexter. Here's a look at Marion in Williamson County. You can see the town square here. A lot of great work happening here if you have to get out and about in this area. It looks a little more cleared up than what it did earlier today. We're going to go ahead and send things back out to Carly. Hey, Carly.
Hey, Jeffrey. Yeah, pretty cold out here, and we aren't the only ones dealing with the winter weather here in the heartland. More than 34 million Americans under winter storm warnings from the Midwest all the way to the East Coast. Snow, ice, gusty winds are making for dangerous conditions, as we've seen here in the heartland, and record snowfall as well expected in some areas. Ian Lee has more from St. Louis.
Snow is falling across a swath of the country this morning, bringing that winter wonderland and dangerous driving. Icy conditions on this Missouri highway caused an 18-wheeler to jackknife Sunday. This time-lapse video shows fast-falling snow in Louisville, Kentucky, with a winter storm warning in effect for parts of that state and Indiana through tonight.
I'm okay with the snow. I just don't want it to start with the ice.
Despite snow plows working around the clock here in Clayton, Missouri, the roads are still treacherous. Throughout the morning, we saw 2 cars stuck in that snowbank. Authorities are telling folks to stay home. Thousands of flights are delayed or canceled due to the storm's wide reach.
The big snowstorm from Cincinnati all the way through parts of Pennsylvania and the D.C. area could see their biggest snow in a few years.
The southern tip of New Jersey could get as much as 8 inches of snow.
Lowell's a great place for it to snow, especially when you don't see it down here too often.
Plows are out, and so are last-minute shoppers.
I should have done this yesterday. I need food and milk and, staples, so here I am.
And it's not all mudslinging in the nation's capital. Today, there's some snow slinging. The Washington, D.C. Snowball Fight Association held its first event of the 2025 season. Dozens of participants braved the elements for this yearly snow fight tradition. Ian Lee, CBS News, Clayton, Missouri.
Oh, hey, I'm your celebrity spokesperson for Zine, the new way to stream local news, sports, and events from all over the country.
But Zine speaks for itself. It doesn't need a celebrity spokesperson to tell you to download Zine. Besides, an ex-teen idol like myself might resort to pandering gimmicks.
You're too smart for that. Let's cut to the Zine logo before I do some sexy overdramatic ending, huh?
Zine. Always local, always free.
Alert Weather with Cassie Campbell is sponsored by St. Francis Healthcare System.
as many of us are probably outside. The crews that are cleaning the roads, trying to fix the power lines, trees down. At least we're looking a little bit on the drier side today. We are getting that winter storm to push east. Still could see an isolated flurry or two throughout the afternoon and evening. But as for today, the rest of our Monday, cloudy and very windy. Wind gusts out of the northwest up to about 30 miles per hour throughout the afternoon. After today, we are going to stay below freezing through majority of the week. So the cold temperatures are really going to impact us throughout the week, which could cause some concern with the ice melting or snow melting. It might stick around for a little bit, especially on back roads or shady areas. Those temperatures aren't really going to help us out a whole lot over the next few days. Once we get through that, we are watching Friday. That is our next signal of some snow chances returning to the heartland on Friday. Now, that's not going to show up on Futurecast yet. We're a little ways away, but there is a possibility to have some accumulating snowfall on Friday. Now, snow totals and timing are still uncertain because we're a few days out, but we'll continue to monitor that and bring the latest updates. As for today, Futurecast kicking us off around 4:15. Winds will stay breezy out of the north throughout the afternoon. Skies cloudy with an isolated flurry or two throughout the afternoon and evening. Overnight into Tuesday morning, can see we don't get above that freezing mark. It'll be a cloudy, cold start to the day Tuesday. A few of us might get just near that 32-degree mark for Tuesday afternoon. The sunshine is going to come out a little bit more, but still overall going to be bitterly cold through the next few days, and that's going to remain the case. Clouds filter back in Tuesday night into early Wednesday morning. A little bit more sunshine Wednesday afternoon. Again, it's still going to feel cold. We're talking single digits, possibly below zero wind chill values. Wednesday night into Thursday, we'll continue with this cold air throughout the week. Make sure that you are bundled up if you have to get out and about. Planning for tonight, temperature-wise in the mid-20s. It's going to feel more like those teens when you add into account the winds out of the north. Lows tomorrow mornings, 12 in Marion, 14 in Paducah, 12 in Cape Girardeau, 18 in Union City. Look at that, 9 in Mount Vernon, single-digit numbers for us for the morning. 27 tomorrow, 29 on Wednesday. We'll reach into the 30s by the end of the work week, and then here comes our next best chance for some possible snow across the area on Friday night into Saturday, and then we'll gradually see a little bit of some above temperatures. We'll be in the upper 30s by the end of the weekend.
Thank you, Cassie. Check out some other headlines now. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau will resign as leader of the ruling Liberal Party. Sources say he will remain Prime Minister until the new leader is chosen. This comes ahead of a general election later this year, which Trudeau was widely expected to lose. Trudeau is facing crises, including Donald Trump's tariff threat, the resignation of key allies, and disastrous opinion polls. Resigning will be seen as choosing to step down before being pushed out. And 4 years to the day since the Capitol riots on January 6th, when supporters stormed the Capitol and interrupted Congress as they were gathered to certify Joe Biden's presidential win, Congress is again convening in a joint session, this time to certify Donald Trump's 2024 presidential election win. Natalie Brand has more from Washington, D.C.
Tight security around the U.S. Capitol serves as a reminder of what happened 4 years ago on January 6th. Then a mob of Trump supporters stormed the Capitol to try to stop the certification of Joe Biden's presidential election victory.
I hope that some of them might feel a ping from it if they see me.
Washington, D.C. police officer Daniel Hodges, who was beaten in a doorway during the riot, is attending today's session as a guest of Democratic Senator Adam Schiff.
It would be my honor to make it as uncomfortable as possible for the GOP members who try to whitewash that day and lie about what happened and pretend that we didn't save them.
Nearly 1,600 people have been charged for their roles in the January 6th attack, some carrying weapons like bear spray, knives, and flagpoles. Of those, 1,000 have pleaded guilty and 600 were charged with assaulting or resisting police. With President-elect Donald Trump set to take office in a few weeks, the federal election interference case against him has been dropped. On the eve of today's certification, supporters of January 6th defendants held their nightly vigil outside the Washington, D.C. jail.
It was not an insurrection. It was the people going to the Capitol to voice their opinion.
Trump has pledged pardons for the rioters, but he's yet to specify if it will be for all or just some. Critics warn that would undermine the criminal justice system and rule of law. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
Watch Heartland Afternoon.
We went without a health plan for a long time. Having kids was definitely the game changer there. Now our plan gives us peace of mind for $0 a month.
New law, lower prices. Healthcare.gov. Enroll by January 15th.
Welcome back. I am Carly O'Keefe live in Union County, Illinois, and I wanted to give you kind of an idea here. This was on my windshield, this big, thick piece of ice. So imagine even a fraction of this on our trees and power lines, and you can see what's bringing them down. We want to go back live to Megan Smith, who is in Perry County, Illinois, with lots of people without power there, and crews are working to fix that power right now. Megan, what are you seeing?
Yeah, like you said yourself, Carly, we can still see quite a bit of ice on those trees, and it's kind of a big issue here in Perry County, here in Perryville, with a lot of those trees down, even though crews have been working relentlessly to make sure that those roads have stayed pretty clear. You can see that pile of snow just up over on the side. We've actually got to speak with Brent Barrick. Now, he is the city administrator here in Perryville, and he said that him and crews, they've been working relentlessly to get things in order and make conditions safe for everyone here in Perryville.
We've had Public Works out nonstop for 48 hours. Our police and fire have gone from call to call. The Parks Department was open this morning and helping us with the warming shelter. So something like this is all hands on deck.
Next, they're staying with to make sure that there is enough safety and warmth for any citizen that is here without power. Reporting in Perryville, Megan Smith, Heartland News.
Do you want to feel better, look better, and
Alert Station, KFES 12. You're watching Heartland News at noon.
Now checking today's heart headlines, or health headlines rather, a new artificial intelligence tool could help warn doctors if their patients are at risk of suicide. A study from Vanderbilt University Medical Center tested an AI system that analyzes electronic health records and pinpoints patients at higher risk of death from suicide within 30 days. The system then prompts doctors to ask patients screening questions. The system flagged about 8% of patients for additional screenings and support. And some nursing home patients with dementia will be taking trips to the hospital that are unnecessary and potentially harmful. A study from University of Missouri-Columbia found that residents with Alzheimer's or dementia were more likely to have avoidable transfers to the hospital than residents without dementia. Researchers say hospital transfers can confuse patients, but dementia may make it difficult to express that they want to be treated at home.
Saving for retirement was tough.
On a cold but dry next couple of days, temperatures below that freezing mark through probably at least Friday. Looking ahead to the next few days, we are going to track the chance for another round of some snow to push through Friday night into Saturday. We'll see temperatures in the upper 30s by the weekend.
All right, Cassie, thank you. And just a heads up, we are standing by for a CBS News special report. They plan to break into programming as soon as the election results are certified, so be looking for that. For now, live, local now, in Union County, Illinois, I'm Carly O'Keefe.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Utah seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and J.D. Vance from the state of Ohio received 6 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Vermont seems to be regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 3 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Virginia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 13 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 13 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Washington seems irregular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 12 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 12 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of West Virginia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 4 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the great state of Wisconsin seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 10 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 10 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Wyoming seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 3 votes for vice president.
Members of Congress, the certificates having been read, the tellers will ascertain and deliver the result to the President of the Senate.
The undersigned, Deb Fischer and Amy Klobuchar, tellers on the part of the Senate, and Brian Steele and Joseph Morelle, tellers on the part of the House of Representatives, report the following as the result of the ascertainment and counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President of the United States for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2025.
The state of the vote for the President of the United States as delivered to the President of the Senate is as follows. The whole number of the electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, the majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 312 votes. Kamala D. Harris Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 226 votes. The whole number of electors appointed to vote for Vice President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for Vice President of the United States are